Let's get it. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
difficult to make this crossing here. Has to hit the deck, doesn't go down fully, but there he goes.
Oh, send him in through the front, trying to be the tripwire too. They've all got to push him towards the house.
We're back for day number 5 here of the PMPL EU Fall, as we have not really had too much of a shake-up in the status quo just yet. The top dogs at the very tippity top of the mountain have found themselves a strong stronghold to hold out in and see who is going to be trying to assault that location. Got myself to the left-hand side of me. It's Maxman, alongside myself, Kalaris, to start talking about everything that's going on. How you doing, fella?
Doing fantastic. Time, another day here for the MADBULLS Major Pride Wrestle Down. The WrestleMania is on here. The TKO is going to be happening. Just a bunch of wrestling references for you there. I don't know,
Thanks.
much, but I'll try.
I should have got my title belt if you'd have do all those. Because it's really cool, actually. I didn't show you that at some point. But anyway, we have got ourselves lots to talk about. First things first, of course, the socials. You can head on over to TikTok, to YouTube, to Twitch, to Facebook, to Instagram. Use the hashtag PMPLEU as well to get involved in all of the conversation that's going on. Tell us who your favorite players are. Tell us who your favorite teams are, who you're rooting for here for the season, because it is getting heated towards the top, especially between those two contenders in MADBULLS and Major Pride as well. But Max, beyond that, of course, as we take a look at the schedule, we have an opportunity for teams like Titan, teams like MUERTE to try and make the catch up here. It's the double Sanhok day alongside the double Erangels, with a sandwiching of Miramar in the middle here. But with these double Sanhoks, it means that it's fast and furious gameplay here today.
Of course, yeah, one cheeky little Miramar in the middle of that one, but yeah, two Sanhoks and two Erangels on the board. So of course, we're looking at teams at the top like your MADBULLS. Again, they're going to keep doing really good on those battlegrounds, as we always expect to happen. But there's other teams that have started to rise up. I'm looking at SHOCKWAVE, possibly, that tend to do pretty good on some of these Erangel games. So if they stop losing players early, hopefully they can start to get themselves some games on board.
There you go, there you go. Let's check in with the overall rankings as well here so far. As we've mentioned, that MADBULLS and Major Pride kind of running away from it with it. I mean, considering what we've seen from them in terms of wins alone, they've won half of the games, basically, over half here for Phase 2. So all of these other teams going to have to try and catch up. I will say, though, Titan had a brilliant start, Max. Kind of let it slip a little bit, but yesterday they were kind of back on it. They got themselves another win with 9 elims.
Used to call it, the Eastern Stars roller coaster. It's more like the Titan Gaming roller coaster.
We're there, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We're at that point right now with Titan Gaming, it seems. Still, when they get good games, they're really, really solid games, it seems. And IC has just been popping off the entire tournament so far, so really stoked about that. But it is still really heavily the MADBULLS Major Pride WrestleMania right here at the top, and trying to see who's going to be claiming their position into PMGC. Though I gotta say, Kalaris, really happy with the rise of Dagestan 77 in recent times. All the players have been looking fantastic, and I feel like if they can work on just reaching those late games a little bit more consistently, because of course consistency is key in any PUBG Mobile tournament, I feel like that could be the big difference maker that allows them to go in Championship and hopefully perform there on the biggest tournament they've ever played in.
I mean, quite honestly, it was absolutely bizarre when it came to what I thought was never going to be contended. The Titans win and 25 eliminations. I thought there was no way anyone was going to contend with that. And then Dagestan manages to replicate that off of a much more brutal position, which was so exciting to watch. And definitely you should look back at, well, both of those games, never mind anything else. But 9th through 16th as well here. The Vulgar boys moving up a little bit. We'll talk about them a little later on. For you, we've still got NEXUS down here, still having what doesn't really feel like a roller coaster, just kind of feels like a bit of a plateau.
Yeah, a little bit hesitant sometimes to go for those pushes in locations. We saw EXO actually have a really good amount of plays yesterday. I think it was on that first Sanhok of the day. So there's still some presence from the team, but they are struggling to reach those late games a lot more as a squad, it seems. So it's tough, because after their championship, I think that we all expected Kalaris to see that continuation of that in the full season of Europe.
Yeah.
It's been a hard transition. And right now, they're in a position where they should make into the finals, make into the championship. But with this caliber of play against the Turkish teams that tend to be really aggressive, I'm not sure if that's really going to work out for them. So yeah, we need to see improvements from them, and we need to see them be a little bit more quicker on the move, because teams are just so quick to get to those points of interest, and they tend to be left behind from time to time.
Well, honestly, I thought they were going to, not even after just the championship, after PMRC, where they had a bit of a lull, but then they got that insanely huge game. I think they had 21 eliminations.
24, yeah.
Was it 24? Okay, 24. But you know, watching that alone, I was like, oh, maybe they're back on it. But anyway, well, let's take a look at how the top players are on it here for PMPL Fall EU, as we've got ourselves the MVPs, the players currently in the running for the overall MVP. Icy at number 1 here, as Furia will take number 2. I don't know, Max, though, whether or not anybody's going to knock Icy off that perch, because it's quite a way.
Yeah, if Icy is able to increase that survival time, that would be the thing that just, you cannot catch up to him. But it's insane to look at Icy's stats when he's got 2.05 average limbs, 2.1 average knocks, and yet his survival time is 16 minutes, just over 16 minutes. That means that he is alive for like just a very short period of time in these games, but when he's alive, he is absolutely shredding it on every single one against him. Not only him, but also Furia has been doing fantastic on the side of the MUERTE. And then you look at Tulika, Matic, Zerish, they're all at that 19-20 minute mark. So really the only thing Titan as a whole need to work on is reaching the late game, surviving a little bit longer and getting those wins, and even podium finishes would be amazing. But yeah, Icy, we knew it for like a year and a half. This kid is cracked, and he's shown it once again here on the European stage.
I'd be interested to see actually where Furia was before yesterday, right? The fact that he was able to get MVP in a field where we thought maybe MADBULLS was going to be able to seize that away once again. No, it was Furia that came out blasting yesterday. So anyway, that's by the by. Just kind of going through a thought process there, but let's take a focus down on MADBULLS, of course, here across the entirety of the tournament so far, because honestly, their numbers are a little bit ridiculous, Max.
They're mental. Oh, damn, my voice is gone. That's how mental it is. My voice just disappeared. But yeah, average limbs of just about 6 is insane when you can reach that over the course of, I think they played, what, 40 matches now? 6 average limbs per game is mental, and they also get 4.2 average placement points. So meaning that if you combine the two of them, quick math, they're just about over 10 points per game, which it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes I can be on the ball with my math. So yeah, 10 over the course of 40 games is nutty to maintain that amount of consistency. And as we said multiple times, they are the team to beat, with the other stats also looking amazing here, Kalaris.
Practicing many skills over the last week and a half, Max. Well done, well done. But yeah, we've got ourselves the highlights here from MADBULLS. I mean, do we even need to look at highlights from MADBULLS, considering that most of the time when they're playing, their entire game is highlights over and over again. They're able to hold down situations as 3 in the late game, able to keep themselves aloft, afloat here against all the odds that are coming their way. It's just that now, finally, we've seen Major Pride step up to the plate a little bit after we were hoping for it all phase 1.
Yeah, I feel like Major Pride have definitely understood that there's a lot at stake right now, which is that spot for PMGC. They are a bit saddened for sure. They lost that 90 to 100 point margin they had created before the start of the full season. But the fact that MADBULLS closed that gap in half a phase is insane. But now you have in that clash with Major Pride happening all the time, and looking at that highlight killing Major Pride. So really good timing on that one. So yeah, MADBULLS just looking so scary. Every single individual player has the chops to pop off in their individual way, and we saw it especially yesterday, right, Kalaris, that they had games where they should technically not win it that easily, and yet a singular mistake of an opposing team, or like a singular kink in their armor, they can abuse it and take an absolutely flawless win. So MADBULLS are always scary, and even here, just takes a 1v2, but Vulgar boys, come on.
DBS is really good, I love it, but maybe you shouldn't stand right next to each other. But I mean, beyond that, as you say, Max, looking at MADBULLS and how they're able to play out some situations, they are making some decisions that I think other teams just would not in this lobby.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many things that you've got to look at when MADBULLS are playing. They are very reactive to what's happening around them. They
absolutely
understand weaknesses of teams around them, such as, for example, their chicken dinner of yesterday up against Gladiators. You had MADBULLS as a 3-man team, and you had just Becca just remaining over there in the shadows for KONINA Power. So if you are MADBULLS right now, what I really like already is they're staying as a pack. They know they're going to need the numbers to go up against whatever Gladiators have to throw their way. But if you're looking on Gladiator's side, you can instantly realize there is a little bit of a split happening on their end. So what we see from MADBULLS right away, they're staying together, looking for opportunities to take shots to hopefully get an opening knock. And that is exactly what they end up doing right on top of Meku. Well, actually, I'm going to put it properly, just on top of Meku, that gets knocked away. So instantly, what this opens up for MADBULLS is they know that normally a player from Gladiators is going to go for the res, which is what Tixi does. He just instantly sends it over to Meku, which means at that time, two players are out of order. They're not going to be fighting any way, shape, or form. There's only Kitsune and Matic that are going to serve as a threat. And seeing that Gladiators are so split, MADBULLS see Tixi leaving and see this is their one opportunity to strike. All of them right into the car, stop crossing the roadside, chasing down onto Matic, chasing down onto Kitsune. Nothing much Gladiators could do at that time except trying to retreat, and Kitsune was not even able to do that because MADBULLS were so quick on the pivot to really punish that split from them. And then the two other players, Meku and Tixi, sure, they get the res, but at the cost of losing Kitsune and Matic altogether. So MADBULLS, this hyper-punishing playstyle is so effective, which is why we see them in the late game if they're in the top 5 scenario and they still have 3-4 players alive. They tend to win those games because they are so quick to do a game-winning play a lot of the time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is Gladiators that they're pulling this off against, right? And technically speaking, 9 times out of 10, what Gladiators is doing with what is effectively kind of a 2-2 split, let's call it that for a moment, is actually the right play. You'd never expect someone to just dive over the trenches and start just running at you with like gunfire coming your way, but the exact timing that they were able to do it and again subverting their opponent's expectations is just fantastic to see here. I have to applaud it as well as you, I guess, considering what we saw. But let's move on from what we see here from MADBULLS. We know they're excellent. Let's take a look at Vulgar Boys, who actually, you know what? They subverted our expectations a little bit as well yesterday.
Yeah, I think we've been fairly critical about Vulgar Boys in the past, where they were gifted free games, free circles, and they would not do much with it, and sometimes would get very low elimination games. But they have been slowly, I would say, approaching the game in a different manner and being willing to be more aggressive. Of course, you're looking at their stats overall. There's been a slight increase in average eliminations, which is good, but especially their survival time increased. And I think that is because they are willing to defend their compounds, defend their positions they are currently holding at each point of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, and not only that, I feel like you've got individual players that have been standing out, but Vulgar Boys are slowly adapting to a very aggressive lobby, which it was about time it started to happen, and we are slowly getting to that point.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think they are learning. Given how long a tournament this is, it gives people an opportunity, a great opportunity, a platform to be able to kind of take learnings away from some of these other teams that are a bit more experienced, a bit more veteran here in these scenarios. I mean, it's very clear to see for me when you see like Vulgar Boys, for example, going up against the MADBULLS, where you're going up against that DBS and you're giving him the same angle. 9 times out of 10 in that scenario, you should be spreading out, making, even if it's against something other than a DBS, even if it's against M4, even if it's against a Scar, you should try and take multiple angles against your opponent as opposed to giving your opponent one angle if they're at a disadvantage man-wise, right?
Yeah, exactly. And actually, this makes me think back at the fall season of last year when all the CIs came in and all the Western European teams were struggling again. I think it's fair to say decimated, right? This is a team that is playing for the first time at this stage as this 4-man roster, and I feel like there is glimmers of hope that this team, given more time, can perform. I think this fall season is going to be really tough for them. They are clearly improving as time goes on, but I would say heading into next year, if they don't go in relegation, hopefully, this is a team that can significantly improve and impress us. So this is just, they got a really strong basis, and now they just got to build on top of that.
No, definitely. They need to be kind of superheroes in the lobby and kind of keep leveling up their game. And speaking of one superhero that I have in mind, with all the powers of Foopes, it's Foopes man here. So far, yesterday especially, not too bad from him. He was able to stand out.
Yeah, he's Foopesing all over everyone. He's up there.
He's Foopesing!
He's Foopesing real. But he's definitely been a stand-up player. Even in Phase 1, it's fair to say that he was a player that was rising up to the occasion, even though Vulgar Boys were struggling to perform a lot of the time to reach the late game. He was the one just popping off, and it's a ride by. I'm loving your kind of clips versus PERMITTA Esports, but he is definitely the player that is leading the charge for the team. And we've seen, actually, I'd say, some good individual moments from Dakimi and Pilads from time to time also. So if we can see a rise around Foopes man, I feel like it could be the Foopes boys very soon just popping off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, looking at some moments here from very early on in the tournament as well. As there were some moments where I felt like they could have got a little bit more. If you're thinking back to some of those highlights that we just saw, they could have punished Gladiators of all teams, but we're just a little bit slow on the uptake. I think as they get more reps in, as they get more games in, they'll be able to identify those scenarios a little bit quicker and then maybe exploit them.
Yeah, I think it is hard to be confident as a newer team in PMPL when you're going up
Agreed.
against Gladiators, Major Pride, your Titan Gaming, etc. It is going to be tough. Of course, you're not seeing yourself as a favorite entering into this one. But the thing is, this is a really good base. This is the base I was talking about for this team. They know the value of position in circles. They got so many central positions that were really, really easy to defend. It's just they need that kind of mentality to be aggressive, to zone out teams away. And if they start to learn that a bit more, they already got the strong macro, just the aggressivity needs to follow up.
The aggressivity.
Oh, yeah.
Is that awesome? All right. Yes. All right. Well, speaking
It's
of
an English word.
it does sound interesting. Speaking of more aggressivity, let's take a look at KASIK team as well, with Trofka leading the charge for them. But I will be real about this, actually. They've had some moments of brilliance as well, if I think about their fields, being able to shut down PERMITTA and their kind of hold on those El Pozo fields. And Skills's as well, I think, has been able to shine through. Individually, they've all had their moments, Max.
Yeah, exactly. There's been some fumbles. I think it's fair to say that we had a Miramar next to the El Pozo fields, which was like a bit rough. So there's definitely some learnings that can be still taken from this team. But I love their win on Miramar, especially yesterday, where they waited things out versus Dagestan and Gladiators, waited for that fight to happen, and then just pull the trigger at the very end to make sure there's no way you're not going to secure that win. So there's still some really good stuff we've seen from KASIK team. And like other teams you already mentioned, it's all about now trying to be consistent, bringing points in every single game, learning from your MADBULLS, learning from your major prides. And if they can do that, I think they are a team that could go in a championship. And with the fragging power of these players, I think they could do really well, actually. So it's just like improving as time goes on, because you have a lot of opportunities to do so in a long format, such as this PMPL.
Currently in 12th place here for the phase. However, you know, again, I think there is room for maneuvering up this leaderboard at the moment. Another team that I do want to talk about before we get into our game, really, is MUERTE. I mean, again, a lot of podium finishes on the board, and I do feel like, I mean, you can shut me down if you want, but I feel like a lot of those podium finishes could have been converted to victories had small little things happened differently in some of those games. So, I mean, they could have even been challenging MADBULLS and Major Pride up at the very top. What do you think?
Yeah, I do agree. The thing is that sometimes very minor mistakes are going to be punished. Like we saw that illustration I just did with Gladiators and MADBULLS. If you just give an inch, teams at the top are going to take a mile, and you've got to be very, very careful. Actually, talking about Fury, you were asking before yesterday, what position was he in the MVP rankings?
Yes.
Before yesterday, he was in 7th position. And
wow,
those 4 matches, he jumped in 2nd above Zerich, above Talika, Nomi, and Matic. So that was a really good day for not only him, but the entirety of MUERTE.
That's insane. That's a ridiculous jump. Wow. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you to you, Max, for that fact. And thank you to Monster for joining us here at the PMPL EU Fall as well. He's got himself the white monster. It's a good one, that one. Oh, look at him.
Sugar-free, love it. It's the best.
He's loving that one. All right, well, it's time to head over to the commentators here. Let's see if they've got a monster available and good to go. Keep them energized. Keep them fresh for Sanhok. It's Jackie and Blank.
We popped the top off, we're ready, we're in the zone, we're prepared. The claws are coming out like a proverbial monster, Blank. It's another day. You ready, mate?
I'm ready. I was like hiding underneath my lower third there for a second.
So you don't get swiped.
Yeah, I got swiped by the lower third. That's fine. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm ready for another day. Day 2. Losing track of time here because games are flying by. Goodness me, my calendar is just not helpful at this point. But we are heading over towards Sanhok, start things off. Obviously, I know it's day 2 now because we're starting on Sanhok. We've got 2 Sanhoks coming right at you. Yesterday, it was a little less Sanhok focused. That was fine. That's okay. We had some teams pop off over on Miramar. I think my favorite game from yesterday was definitely KASIK team's game over on that final Miramar where they're able to take down Gladiators as well as removing Dagestan, which was fairly incredible alongside with Trofka kind of leading that charge for the team.
Man, Trofka, we could probably sit here and, you know, get a little bit of a podcast going just about him individually, because he's actually played some blinding PUBG Mobile over the past week, and I think that was just the culmination of all of his efforts really kind of paying off, where, you know, they had a bit of upward draft towards the end of that day. And now, I think the fun bit is, right, you know, it depends how you look at it, Blank. Like you were saying, it could be day 2 or it could be day 5 if you're counting the fact we're back in still here in week 3 after the day off we had. How many of these teams are how many of these teams are gonna be nice and warm, I suppose, for the latter end, right? Because we've seen there is a bit of a trend where a few of our squads do tend to get a bit of that sort of 15-20% extra buff the longer they've played throughout the week. Is that a trend we're gonna see again this time?
It's interesting, and it's a good question. Will it come true? We shall know soon. But the teams that I'm looking at that do tend to have that buff is KASIK team. They've dropped Painan. They've come in swinging. They've come in hot here. Havlik's already down. Trofka is on the charge. It's just Icy and Old Boy left remaining. The dynamic duo themselves coming in from Africa over towards PMPL EU. They've had some good moments, but can this be a better moment right now? Can they 2v4? That's not an easy task to go for. M4 and a Tommy gun, but there's shotguns across the board here for KASIK team.
This is not what you want for a good start for Titan, but the plays are at least nice from Old Boy. No stranger to playing around these compounds, of course. Very common drop spot for them, so they want to try and fight tooth and nail for it and deny. Deny a hell of a start to the week here in terms of the play made from KASIK team, and he's actually been able to pull it off. I mean, you've got the backstab in from Icy. Wow. All right. The turntables have been rotated.
Well, I don't know what I just witnessed. That was really quite incredible to start things off. Titans, always, first game of the day, a banger of a match. That's what we like to see. I'm happy for it. But Icy, though, what a player there. And Old Boy really sets himself up in a nasty little spot, because that spot, you realistically, you don't want to take it. A lot of times, Pelicans on the outside is visible from up the hill. Can take shots at you, so you tend to stay inside the building. But they have to take a chance on that one. Right, they've got to go for the ABBA play, so they sit on the outside, they wait for him to flood in. Old Boy comes through with some excellent shots and just takes him down. That is actually fantastic from Titans, and they stay as 3.
And that's recoverable, right? You know, a duo probably would have been thinking, all right, not too much to happen here for Titan in terms of the first game. And it's a map that, honestly, they can deliver on at times. We've seen a lot of good stuff from them. So you'd hope at least having a triple threat to play with, if they can play a smart style of PUBG Mobile, could still develop something, could still have something in the back pocket for us. But that was interesting. I think that started us off on the right foot, Blank. These are the sort of early fights we need to get us honed in straight away. I'm still quite impressed just the way Old Boy was playing around the off angle outside the window. It really did just keep him guessing. And you've got to hit those shots as well, right? It's one thing to just sort of sit here and watch him deliver, but it's still, you know, having the gun skill to actually land those shots in a high pressure situation like that, really quite clean. Nice way to kick off the day.
Yeah, in the lobby, it's a whole different battlefield, right? There's a lot of pressure on you, and I think that that's something that the guys from Titans do really well, is the sense that even when they're down to 2 players, they'll still try to play it out as if they are a confident full 4-man squad, which I think a lot of other teams in the lobby do tend to struggle with. They're not 4 towards the end game, it's kind of game over. It's how we've seen Titans get those 3-man wins from a pretty tough spot over on Sanhok before. So in that engagement, most teams, I would say, would have just played the 2-man in the upstairs bedroom, just waiting for the players to push in and try to play off each other. Instead, you got Old Boy on the outside. Icy's flanking the 4-man squad from underneath. Yeah. It is kind of surprising to watch, but those are the sort of plays you have to make if you want to win those 2v4s. So, yeah, a very, very cool way to start our day. I'll get a little replay on it as well. I mean, that's Havlik going down. Robs as well, very quickly. English starting things off really strong, but I think they definitely underestimated these 2 fellas upstairs.
And that's the worst bit about it. You know, you give Old Boy an inch, he'll take an absolute mile. It just really nice peaks on the way he did it. Obviously, keeps all their crosshairs focused on him, so they all tunnel vision. Then you get the flank round the back from Icy, who just smashes his way through them. And it's really quite a nice way to get Titan back in the flow of the game here. They wanted control of that drop spot as well, and they're at least going to have that blessing. Obviously, the one sacrifices, you lose one of your players. Something that could happen again here. Wait, actually kind of exposed. You can see his face sticking out the side of the window, but of course, if you kick off, it goes both ways. The information will then alert them of your positioning. So no kickoff just yet in terms of the firefight that could have been towards VIRTUS.PRO side. Bit of a scouting mission here down towards where Major Pride are playing as well. And Major Major Pride, obviously, you know, no strangers to being on the tips of our tongue recently because they've been impressing us so much with the quality of games we've been seeing. All of us have been waxing lyrical about them for what feels like 2, nearly 3 days straight over the course of this week.
Yeah, Major Pride have just had a really good step up in terms of gameplay. And I think last week we were a bit worried about them because they were losing that PMGC slot to MADBULLS, who had got ahead of them in terms of PMGC points. I think most of it had kind of written them off at that point in time, saying that, look, they're probably not going to be able to get it back. MADBULLS is going to continue playing like this whole tournament, and it's going to be fairly impossible to regain that lead. Surprise, surprise, come phase 2, they look fantastic. And yeah, MADBULLS still are playing out of their minds, but Major Pride are giving them a very good run for their money. Currently are sat on top of the leaderboard as well, so I do think that for Major Pride we've just seen some really strong games, battering through the opponents. Nomi, obviously, self-designated gun bay from yesterday, looking extremely strong. But Beast will get on the wrong end of VIRTUS.PRO here. Ruda starting things off really well here with the initial knock, but we'll have to get back into cover. Elementrix is down.
So the Nameless, I mean, they've been buying their time on this one for quite a while. They had a few opportunities to potentially strike. There was a 1v1 that could have happened, but they thought better of it and tried to play the smarter game. Instead, though, VP, you find contact, you do a nice chunk of damage. Now you're a little bit more aware of the situation that's occurring here. You can see already how tight things are in terms of the rotations, with a good majority of squads ahead of the zone already. Namely, SBG, VIRTUS.PRO, the Nameless, and KONINA Power all on top of each other, with that swift rotation coming in from MADBULLS that have been on the move.
MADBULLS have been making quite a quick rotation here, and I think it's what we're seeing a lot more recently from them is just these speedy rotates towards the center of the circle, and I think a lot of that comes off the back of their Miramars, Jackie. But we did see them over towards that southeast side. They were struggling to get in a lot of times. Zerich starts playing a bit more of a forward angle. And for Dagestan, they are further down towards the south here, so technically MADBULLS do have the bead on them. You don't want to take too many shots, though, especially being on this outside edge of where the center of the circle is. Teams identifying your location this early on will make it pretty rough to get into the circle, though I do think they've done just about enough to secure themselves in at least at a decent spot here. Round the rock face, it's always nice to play around this. KONINA Power will lose Palucci and Agori here, and MADBULLS might just want to push on that. They can take a more potent position up towards this northern side.
They've taken this in their stride quite nicely. You know, sort of forced off of the area you wanted to play from with Dagestan crashing on top of you. You take a few pot shots, but they just completely double back on it, opt to play the safer game, find a line of sight to peek down onto KONINA Power, and you're actually dealing a huge chunk of damage. I mean, you've cut them in half, basically leaving it down to just a duo on that side already. So MADBULLS seemingly being able to play quite dynamic already and not look too scared, even when they basically do have the blinders thrown at them or just get swung on by another squad. Good reactive plays already. You know, MADBULLS are looking pretty heads up about this one. Here we go, though. We continue with the Gladiators for a second. Haven't had too much to say about them, but there is an awful lot that they can say for themselves. That's the fun bit about Gladiators. Every day, it feels like it is a mixed bag of they're either going to deliver and absolutely blow our minds with some of the solo plays, the overall teamwork that we can see from them, or they'll get ever so close but burn up too close to the sun. You know, there's been a few games where it feels that they've been their own worst enemies in key moments. So what side of the coin are we looking at today is the question, I guess.
I think for Gladiator as well, I mean, you're right. It's kind of a coin flip sometimes for them. I think yesterday towards those 2 last games, with some really promising moments coming through from that team. I think that the couple of matches where they did lose, they played a really quite strong game to get to where they'd actually made themselves towards in those final circles. But I do think that the game that they lost to MADBULLS is sort of unfortunate, particularly because MADBULLS absolutely just outplayed them in a massive way. And I think any team would have really struggled with that. And I'd say the Gladiators lived probably as long as possible in a circle that was very demanding in terms of splits, in terms of knowledge of the map itself. It just shows how good MADBULLS are. And particularly that you can't always judge a game by how quickly a team loses or a 3v4, because it was just insane. So for Gladiators, there is some hope from yesterday. I feel bad for them because they didn't get that chicken dinner on side, which might have hurt the confidence a little bit. You're not going to get that major momentum coming back into the day where they desperately need it on day 5, where they really do need to get back into the actual mix of these champions towards the top side of the lobby, because I think they definitely deserve to be up there. This is a nice rotation from them early though, Jackie. They head straight across the river. Tixie's not going down. He's being a bit more cautious around Shockwave. They have all 4 members up and have secured at least 2 compound locations.
It's a good setup. We'll see how far it takes them and if they'll be tested a little bit later. For now, though, we move over to Unicorns of Love, who have been pushing up on PERMITTA. They were able to hit Rogo straight away, so he's gone down, and now they want to continue the clowning and see how far they can push this one. Just battling them off all the angles, basically. Luckily for Aphis, there's a vehicle close by, so he can hop back into his wheels, try and breeze away, but a well-placed bullet coming out from Woodson will be the difference maker. And this has created enough chaos that in the glimpse of it, we see the push in from Gladiators just to get an angle. Bits of damage done. They get a knock onto one of them, so PERMITTA completely folded over, somewhat like a pancake. And Unicorns of Love now knowing that they're not the only squad close by.
Well, looking like a sad pancake right now, on the ceiling or on the floor, one or the other. It's not getting itself out of that situation either. So PERMITTA is most likely going to remain here.
Or a pancake, really, isn't it? I mean, yeah. You kind of want like plate or mouth, not
plate or mouth.
Floor.
Excellent. Roof or floor, very bad. This is the situation that PERMITTA currently is in, and I think that for them, well, to be fair, there's no coming back from the roof or the floor. That's a pancake in the bin.
Foopes man would need a ladder, I guess. Yeah. He's up on the roof.
It's that's a bin pancake, and same for PERMITTA. I think that this is probably as far as they go. They're probably not going to get themselves a podium finish here. It is just quite difficult to get past Lake or towards this northeast side of boot camp. The angles really open up in that area too, especially from Gladiators. It's really disgusting to play that because you have all the tree line surrounding that area. You come out over towards Lake, you're exposed and it's just game over. So for PERMITTA, they'd have to make a hard rotate up towards that northwest side, find themselves an in, but everyone knows that northwest edge is very, very strong in terms of being able to slowly push into the circle for an end game. So yeah, it's a rough rotation from there. Similarly for Unicorns of Love, to be honest, even though they've come out on top over on that side of the map, even rotating up towards the north, that's hard for them. Rotating over towards the east, they've got MUERTE, Titans, as well as Dagestan to deal with. It'd have to be some very strong third parties from Unicorns of Love on this south side.
When I see moments like this as well, with Furia already just poking in a vehicle to try and draw out gunfire, see if he can bait them into crashing early, it bodes well. It makes me think that Fury is feeling himself. And when he's on point, this guy absolutely steamrolls through people. So if he's got the chops on him to be able to try and instigate a play like this against Titan, normally the team that you think would bite, would get reeled in, this could be one to keep our eyes on, especially with the backline there, with the one last player really backing up what remains of PERMITTA and Temp, and then you've got Unicorns of Love closely following it. There's a chance that this fight could cause a bit of carnage the whole way through. Meanwhile, we've got a nice pan here showing you the setup we've got from MADBULLS in terms of the compound they're playing in. Close grouping from a few of our squads now, Blank, as we're heading in towards the 4th zone. Bit of spraying. And you know what? Fair few connections. Nice follow-up, as we will see the damage done onto PERMITTA. But the old boy running straight in, he's got some new tricks.
I mean, Milky Way's having trouble figuring them out as well. The sleight of hand coming through from this guy is really sending them for 6 at this point. Milky Way attempts to get away behind the tree, has to crouch down, blend in with the environment like a chameleon. But not for long, as he's actually just opened things up towards Corker. Identified 2v3 now, and Titans are having a great game, and this sort of has those makings of those matches we've seen before with the 25 eliminations, where they're just really on point with these shots, very accurate at the start of the day. I do wonder if it's just a case that like these boys are early gamers, early risers.
You know, I could see it. I could see it. There is like a contrast where you've got some professional players that really do thrive a little bit later in today. You know, the night owls. Some people that want to be up bright and early and in your face swinging. That seems to be where Major Pride are finding some success here again as well, as they crash down onto Vulgar boys and bring the pain to Foopes and co. You can also see this battle continuing as well, with even MADBULLS actually catching some strays from the sidelines there as KONINA Power do deliver a few bullets onto them.
I mean, this is just like very much where we're starting to see some of these packs at the front start to lead themselves away from everyone else. They're breaking away from the peloton. This is the sprint out right now. You can see Major Pride sending these off angles out to the side. MADBULLS sending off angles out to the side. They're just clearing out teams. I do have one thing to look at, though, is definitely Gladiators. I really like what they were able to do, which is send Tixie up towards this northern compound. This hasn't happened in a while, where they're willing to scout out these compounds and then comfortably take it afterwards. And I think Gladiators are starting to realize that they just have to take a chance on these central positions sometimes. And they were in one of the strongest positions for this circle. Now the rest of the team can regroup towards Kitsune, and this is a winning spot.
Thing is, there's a lot of teams right now that in terms of the actual firepower look absolutely outrageous. Zerich being one of them. Just the brand value that this guy brings is huge, but SBG still trying to fight their way through everything that's being thrown at them. But look who it is again. Zerich popping up in the elimination feed as he's just been flicking all over the shop and finding tag after tag, knocking players and finishing them off. This is really interesting. I'm surprised MADBULLS have been able to take so many clean fights on this. At least Victor, with a flank round the back, gets a nice placed one straight into the back of Frozen. So it isolates MADBULLS a little bit, makes it harder for them to recover from this spot now.
Yeah, I love that you've gone for the outrageous prediction as well over towards the old Major Pride. And to be fair, there have been games where they've played from this outside edge, been able to get in, take some great engagements. I think the difficulty for Major Pride here is actually pushing through Dagestan and No Mercy Warriors, despite them being teams that I think that Major Pride could easily deal with. You're heading towards this rocky face, where it does become quite easy to isolate a team on the outer edge. So Dino goes down already. I think those are shots coming through from Gladiators as well, who are absolutely tearing the lobby apart right now. Already up to 4 eliminations from what was a quiet game at the start.
Yeah, this is wild. This is a very aggressive game to start off the day here, just in terms of the sheer level of lethality we're seeing across the board. Goodbye to Limbo, though, as he's been blown away. Nomi, a nicely placed nade on that one. And that was kind of the hardest bit for Major Pride. You had to bypass the brick wall of Dagestan, and you've been able to do that. You've overcome. You can push your way through now. You've got a bit more breathing room again. I'm honestly blank. You know, I know it's a bit of a risky prediction in terms of where they are zone-wise, but with how they've been playing, it's hard to turn your nose up at them. Gladiators, though, really putting the proof in the pudding with the way they're playing this one. Just non-stop in the elims. They don't want to take this game as a second-hand gift. They want to command respect right now, and they're doing it.
It is fairly intense at the moment as well, and it's good. I mean, they need to demand that respect from other teams, because I think they've been a little bit down in the dumps recently, and this is a game where they can start to make everyone begin to fear them again. Major Pride, though, over on the eastern side, still getting closer and closer towards this rock face. Very difficult to handle this push through. You can see it is just a funnel, but there's some decent nades going through over towards this team. Another one bounces off the side. That's Watch Me Down. And you're right, Jackie. Maybe this is just the battering ram coming through from Major Pride. They make their way in through the gates. The drawbridge is down, and they can start to assault the teams on the other side with Meku hitting the deck. Major Pride can start to leverage this game.
That's crazy. They actually just made that look so easy. It was like a walk in the park for them. Man, okay, it felt like they really should have been overwhelmed on that one. You know, you're fighting an uphill battle, it's just on the utility, but they were constantly peeking into the nades. Played into the hand of Major Pride. Okay, let's see where this goes then. VIRTUS.PRO waving the flag as they go pushing on into the compound, but SHOCKWAVE going to be feeling that one as it reverberates through the players, dealing deathly blows. Major Pride even being able to find an angle to third party onto it just as Gladiators arrive on the scene and take some chip damage as well. This is wild. We're left down to just 2 squads, and who else but Gladiators and Major Pride, 4 alive on either side. We couldn't have asked for a better final fight for this one.
pushing down towards this roadside is quite difficult for Major Pride now. Now we're looking at the classic Gladiators move, which is having this 2-2 split in position. You've got Meku as well as Matic down towards the south side. I am slightly worried about that, though, with Meku being this player that has been lost a few times on his push out. I'm scared for him, just slightly. Circle does move their way, so Major Pride will have to push down towards the roadside. Not an easy push by any stretch of the word, but this area does have some hard cover that you can bounce from. And I think that if anyone can do it, it's Major Pride in terms of sending their way in. Great shots will take down at least one. Dino Onomi's out. Matic will give his life for this.
Oh, the spray as well, following it up, making it harder for Major Pride as they're down to just a duo now. It would have to be a very intense scrap for them to recover this one. Chance of playing medic and getting your teammates back up. Your day should be numbered on this. There was a nade being lined up by Meku. It's forced them off of the revive effect. Has to double back. So low on HP. And that's it. The final kicker comes in as Gladiators, they clash. And we are entertained.
Dude, all right, I think that play from Gladiators looks so fantastic in that endgame. They knew exactly what to do versus Major Pride, because I think this is what they fell prey to yesterday, Jackie, is a quick play like that had them in shambles versus MADBULLS. So there's definitely been a little bit of VOD review there where they try to figure out how do we change this up? How do we figure it out? And so nice little play from Tixi. Practically the same play from yesterday, except all his teammates weren't dead. Just sends behind them. Effect can't get through. And a good hold from Matic and Meku. With Meku playing on like the Lion's Rock, where he's able to take the peak over the top side, Matic just sacrifices himself so he can get a couple of those knocks on the car coming in. Really wonderful game, Jackie.
No, it was. You know, that was fantastic. There's a lot to look at with this one.
Yeah.
The utility was perfect. The amount of eliminations as well. A lot of reasons to be a Gladiators fan right now. So let's get back to the desk and have a look at it for real.
A clash of the giants up towards the top here as we have Gladiators being victorious, but Major Pride on that east side was looking fantastic as they were sweeping through team after team after team. No Mercy Warriors got absolutely destroyed by them, but Max, we can talk about that a little bit later because Gladiators back on the horse.
Yeah, so quick to react on that phase 4. They saw the circle pop. Their compound was not going to be in circle anymore, so they sent Tixi out to scout on that hilltop northeast of bootcamp, spot the compound in the center of the circle, send it down there and hold on to what I think is a really strong 2-2 split. I know that it can be a bit dangerous to hold it for as long as they did, but I personally think it was the right option to clear the south and make sure that crossing that road was going to be mission impossible for your Shockwaves, for your Major Prides after they finished their fight. So yeah, 22 eliminations for 22 points, not eliminations, 22 points total on this match. We were asking, right, when are they going to start to come back, to start initiating that remontada, as I like to call it? And this is the game where it's finally possibly going to happen.
What did you say? Remontada?
La remontada. So it's something we say in French, yeah.
Oh,
it's a Spanish word. It's weird. It's weird. We're weird over here.
I was going to say, it doesn't even really sound that French, but kind of French. All right,
Own
well.
it now.
Great. Okay, good job, France. Yeah, we've got our 9th through 16th as well here. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, No Mercy Warriors got absolutely run over. It was a bulldozer here from Major Pride. And it just shows, actually, in that spot where they are, it's just that kind of a hard spot to have that fight going on unless you're using some utility in a great way. And Major Pride just was like, okay, we know exactly how we're going to take this fight. Bang, bang, bang. And then eliminated everyone.
I was just waiting the entire time. Okay, one nade, one Molotov from No Mercy Warriors, and that's done. They were just all bottlenecked in one area, and it never really came out. And then you saw Major Pride starting to get their nades, starting to get their Molotovs, starting to get those opening knocks, and there was not much you could really do. So you had six or seven teams on the south of Paradise Resort in a really, really tough terrain.
Yep.
And they're just able to maneuver through all of that without losing a singular player. That is just so egregious to me that they were not punished and they were just able to bulldozer through all those teams, as you stated. But Gladiators, a very laid-back game, I think is fair to say, with their position. They controlled half of the circle for a majority of that late game and just understood the value of that position, so aimed for it from the get-go.
I mean, honestly, when you think about what you were saying at the beginning of the day, you know, there's this kind of Royal Rumble going on between MADBULLS and Major Pride. It feels like Gladiators could potentially just come running in with a chair and whack either of them at this point. There is the potential, if they keep on this trajectory, to try and really shake things up in a slobber knocker up at the top. But as you can see, it is the familiar names that are all up here. Even Furia with Top Traveler. That's kind of funny considering he was like popping off yesterday. But Nomi across the board, Matic, and Tixi with the off angle at the very end. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, Matic really like to see what he's been doing. But Tixi was a sneaky devil. Cracking on over the roadside, just making sure he's going to slow down Major Pride. Major Pride actually crossed a little bit quicker than I think Gladiators expected. So he was like, oh, okay, my position isn't as good. What if I go even further on the off angle and then the rocks are not going to serve any purpose as a protection? So yeah, Tixi, good commitment to him, and it really just allowed them to lock down this entire match to secure that chicken dinner. So yeah, that's a good old double TKO from the boys of Gladiators. Does that exist? I don't know, but I'm going to say it does.
Maybe, sometimes, yeah, if you hit each other at exactly the same second, I guess. But anyway, let's take a look at the highlights coming in here. Titan actually did survive for quite a while during this game and already started things very, very flamboyantly with old boy doing what he did. But, I mean, eventually they were shut down by Gladiators on the south side of the circles as time goes on, but Titans is still looking to try and be that fourth man in the fatal four-way of the wrestling up at the top here.
I don't know how much you guys talked about this during the start of Phase 2, but I still don't like this hot drop between Titan and KASIK team, because here they lost drops really early on. If they had 4 players, maybe they're able to cross over the road and make it uphill against Gladiators, and if they do so, then a winning condition has been unlocked for Titan. So I would still like to see that not happening, but I think they're too far in at this point to kind of give up on Painan and change the entire game plan. But yeah, I mean, Titan still have the fragging power in the early stage, but you still need 4 players if you really want to have a living chance against your Major Pride or your or your Gladiators to get the win.
No, I can only agree as we take a look at the numbers that they were able to convert in this game. They went through a little bit of a war and were able to get themselves at least decent elimination points on their side. I suppose there's this idea that, yes, okay, they're probably not going to leave Painan because it is such a good location to drop and then have the rotates going on for you. And if they feel confident about the fact that they're always going to get 4 elim points off the back of that fight constantly, then it's a decent stepping stone towards potentially more points. It's not guaranteed though, as you say, because you would rather just have 4 people alive in that late game, right? So it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
I don't know, I'm thinking there's other options that you could do instead of dropping Painan. Like the east of Ruins, you got Trifecta, you got the compound north of Painan. You could go for a split drop, then regroup. There's some trash locations around it that you can play for. So yeah, I don't think it's like you have to, but as I said, I think they're too committed to the drop at this point, so they're just going to keep rolling with it and see how it goes. But I mean, they have the fragging power to back it up, right? It's just, we keep talking that the one stat they need to work on is increasing that survival time, and I think not hot dropping is going to help you improve that survival time pretty significantly.
All right, well, let's take a look at the overalls as well then, as I wonder if anybody can hear little Floof's squeaky toy going on in the background. She's a little monster. But we've got ourselves Major Pride. The monster at the top here is able to take back that #1 spot off MADBULLS. Despite only getting 2nd place in this game, I say only, they still looked fantastic on that east side. Gladiators into 3rd place now, giving Titan a run for the money, Max.
Yeah, look at the double 69 points. Very nice, Major Pride and MADBULLS on the placement. But yeah, it's getting close up there. I still want to see how my Dagestan boys are going to be doing for the rest of the day, though. I still have my eyes on Alpha Team, especially after yesterday, Kalaris. I want to see them get those wins. They're currently the top team without a singular chicken dinner. And if Tenchik stops putting the Matic Classic, I will be happy to see that happen. Just stick together a little bit more. Hold 2-2 split, that's fine for me, but it's not worth spreading as much as they tend to do. So they haven't played this first game. They're going to be playing their first game right now heading into our next match. So I do want to see a win from the boys.
I do think the top 5, especially at the moment, is awesome. Like, these teams are really kind of pushing the forefront here when it comes to PMPL EU Fall, and that's how the standings do sit for now. Let's take a look as well at how things break down on the grassy pastures, who's able to really kind of stand head and shoulders above the rest, because for the most part, it is those kind of usual suspects, but Nexus creeps in here are still doing very well, and man, if they were just able to get some consistency on the board, we have a lot of sympathy for this team. We want to see them do well because it's such a storied roster in our region.
Yeah, it's really tough for them, but you know, it's the good old roller coaster that's still around the board, so they need to step it up a bit.
All right, well, thank you very much, Max. Time to head on over to the casters. It's the grassy pastures. It's Jackie. It's Blank. Let's go.
Next time you do that, warn us in advance, Kalaris. We can buy ghillie suits. I reckon we could fully just, you know, embrace it. We would be the grassy pastures ourselves, both of us.
We could become. I'm just trying.
I'm trying to get in zone.
I'm rotating. I'm trying to rotate it.
Look, it's a late circle, all right? I weren't ready.
Yeah. I'm slumped. Help. I'm in your style. Circles over towards the
What are you crouching for?
Oh, dear. I've crouched. I'm just waddling across the floor to the zone. It's real bad. But yeah, we could grab some ghillie suits. We could blend in. It would be good. I think I would just blend in with the green screen behind me, though, which might not be.
Oh, yeah, I forgot they're green, aren't they?
Just my little face in the middle. Yeah, that would be pretty good. I'd enjoy that.
Maybe we can get like an Arctic ghillie suit, like a white one, you know?
Yeah, maybe if we play Vikendi, that would be good.
Yeah, exactly. Go to Dino Land. Oh, take me to Dino Land.
The Dino Land of the ghillie suit. Ooh, I'd honestly use that stealth just to go on all the rides. That's
exactly. I'd be sneaking onto the roller coasters. You'd see me riding the Triceratops, mate, going down the neck of the Leopleurodon.
You must be this stealth to ride. Unfortunately, this is not a playing path where you can be too stealthy getting towards the circle, just because it's so far down towards the south side. Look at this, Jackie. This is disgraceful behavior from the pilot. He is really not dropping off these players exactly where they want to be. So we do have a lot of teams going to have to send very far up towards this north side. I think the teams I'm worried about the most right now is probably Shockwave, maybe Gladiators, but they do have this secondary drop spot towards VIRTUS. Let's do a little bit more analysis, so I'm no longer worried about Gladiators, is that Titans don't play the second match. So a free spot in towards VIRTUS. This is probably the best thing that the Gladiators could have asked for, coming off the back of their last game. Everyone else gets a terrible playing path. They've got their backup drop in VIRTUS. Titans aren't playing. They don't have to fight for it. Easy money.
Yeah, no, these are a lot of, you know, a lot of good facts on one hand already for them. And like you said, that's also off the back of them just playing well. Like, they're warmed up for it. They're being able to, I mean, honestly, bud, run away with the course of the game, right? On the way that we opened things up, they were just absolutely smashing it in terms of elimination after elimination after elimination. And now, like you're saying, there's all these extra bells and whistles that should be boding well in terms of just alleviating some extra stress. Hey, man, it would be sick to see. I love getting those back-to-back games. We had Major Pride do it earlier on in the week. Who's to say Gladiators can't? We'll keep our eyes on it and see how it develops, but that could be a fun storyline, man. Gladiators, if suddenly they have a huge resurgence towards the end of this week, I'd be living for it.
I think it's funny as well, because I think Max always brings this up every single time, is that Gladiators are sort of a last-minute team a lot of the time, where they will get themselves some nice, standard, not the most amazing matches towards the start, but as the games go on, as we get to the later hand of the tournament, that's where they start to ramp up a bit. And I think specifically with them changing their playstyle as well, Jackie, this is definitely one of those tournaments where it is probably going to come more together towards that later half of the tournament itself. Probably phase 3 is where we'll start to see them go into that full overdrive for themselves. But right now, it is just a case of getting things on board. Sneaks, though, will find himself another knockover towards Major Pride. I did want to talk about this team, but for good reasons, not for bad like this.
Ooh, okay. But I love the way we've given the contrast of building up Gladiators. Who was the squad that came second in that last game? Major Pride. Who looks to be losing a few players early? Major Pride. It's not what you want. It's really not what you want. The consistency normally there for him, but the minute being tested early, being uncomfortable with poor loot around. Ah, man, this isn't looking great. You've lost Dino, so the dinosaur man himself, he's gone extinct. Reply back from Aphis as he's able to spray his way through them as well. That means that Effect's now thrown to the wayside. At least Naomi trades onto one. But you got to pick up the pieces from this blank, and most of those pieces are your teammates down on their last legs as they're getting finished off for good as well. Temp has just ruined their chances at a game here.
You take it down one of their other players. I mean, 3 now is not amazing. Naomi has to go for the big spray with the mini Uzi. Won't work, though, as Temp will clean him up with the DBS, and that's Major Pride out. And I think this is one of the worst playing paths for Major Pride in the past over in Spring Split. When we started to see the great tumble of Major Pride down the rankings was when they started to lose those players in the early game. They're a very tactical team. They're great at rotations, but when they get into these early scraps, they lose a player. Things start to fall apart for them. I think that, you know, off that last game, I was about to say it's a very easy bet when you see Major Pride on the outside of the circle with 4 players. You can just go for the predict on them, or you could assume they're going to do well because they are extremely potent and proficient at just battling through multiple teams to get into an area that they really had no right of being in, which is fantastic. But obviously Major Pride out here, and again, another good chance for both MADBULLS, maybe take the lead, but also for Gladiators, now not have to worry about this Eastern rotate as much. For PERMITTA also feeling a little less amped up in this game with only 2 players. This is a fairly decent rotation for Gladiators to get into the circle. One of the major threats is gone on this south side. PERMITTA is much more weakened. I think maybe the back-to-back is on the cards. It could be here.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, you know, we'll see, but
Stop it.
It's a good narrative to build, because I think there definitely is like a nice possibility that it could happen. I also just wanted to say, I love the fact that whenever we get PERMITTA kind of focused on, it's only ever to ruin one of like the well-performing squads of the week. They turn up, absolutely ruin their parade, just start dropping the peace signs and the profile pictures, and then kind of fade on out for a bit, you know? They do literally just drop like the peace meme. It's like, oh, Major Pride? You came second? See ya.
Yeah. You're right.
I love it, but it is fun to watch, honestly. It's pretty cool seeing a little bit more from PERMITTA every day, you know? We've seen they've got some personalities on the team, at least, as well.
I think this is weird as well for me, considering, like, look at this. It's a team that, realistically, we don't expect much from. It's just taking a lot of these big names to task at the start of games. Just doesn't make too much sense to me. Even they've caused problems for Titans over towards Painan on Sanhok multiple times in the past. Just need to get further in, don't they, dude? I think that's the big kicker for them a lot of times. Just getting towards that late game.
Right now, they're like the mercenary squad that like will take out one of the big dogs each game. You know, they'll sort of turn up, complete their contract, and then they're like, "All right, guys, should we just chill out a bit?" You know,
they've earned their cash at that point, right? You know?
They've got the bag.
Contract fulfilled. Really, at this point in time, you've got your main mission being the contract killers in the lobby, and then side mission is getting the chicken dinner. If that comes, it's not a big deal. It's really not. But they are definitely getting some practice on board. I'd love to see PERMITTA come back. You know, as a UK team, as a UK lad myself, I'd like to see PERMITTA come back into this one. I expect next year we'll see better things from them. Limit testing is always a good thing, especially when you don't really think that you're going to get hugely far through this circuit. And I think all things considered, probably not the likely outcome for PERMITTA Esports at this point in time. It's just fight against Major Pride. They could certainly do it, and if that's something they could do in the future a little bit more, maybe next year, there's a chance for them.
Oh, absolutely right. And like benchmarks are always going to be the big thing that you're walking away with this with. It's the amount of experience you'll get. You know, PUBG Mobile, a huge part of it is just the life experience. Being in these lobbies, playing against these teams consistently, being able to watch back those VODs and adapt, adjust, be able to overcome in the future. Because it feels like the meta is changing so quickly at the minute in terms of teams looking more aggressive. Some of those slight changes that can really reverberate through the entire battleground, you know, actually shaking up a lot more over the past few weeks. So always things to focus on, always room for improvement. For now, TUNA on our screens as well. Another one of the squads that has had little moments, little blips, I suppose splashes, if you will, but never really going much further than that. And it's a shame, you know, it kind of is like the story of the tuna swimming upstream blank. It's hard for them. I suppose actually it'd be a salmon, wouldn't it? Not even a tuna. It would be really hard.
I mean, look, you could even go further with that analogy, because they are really out of their depth right now. This is not where they want to be. Upriver is not where you want to find a tuna, and that is exactly where they found themselves at the moment, because they are just not going anywhere. And I think for TUNA, there's been some moments, like you said, some splashes from them, some chicken dinners that look decent. But other than that, they are 18 in the lobby. Not much more than that. Trofka, though, does get some shots over towards him. It would be big pain for KASIK to lose him early.
Not what you want. Oh, you're going to basically be forced into a fight here. MADBULLS, they've been smashed into by Dagestan, just overwhelming them. Oh, there's also an opportunity for SBG to try and third party onto this one. So they're actually putting a few bullets into them. This is a clash inside of the Gulch. Oh, mate, Dagestan being demolished as TUNA will light them up with the SMG up close and personal. You've also baited back KASIK team as well, as they don't fancy their chances of fully committing onto this one. So English jumps back in a vehicle and links up with the rest of the squad in the compound. That was a weird engagement into what felt like it was going to be all-out chaos between at least 3 of our squads there.
Yeah, heading over towards the Alamo as well for KASIK, that's actually a decent spot to play in. Some good scouting locations just behind that compound where you have to duck over the top. It is a little bit difficult to assault as well, and I think Gladiators almost wanted to head towards that spot. It looked like they were heading towards where SBG are currently playing inside Wizard Tower. That's out towards the fields of Yasnaya. At the moment, this feels just like the thinking game for Gladiators. They're trying to come up with a plan, trying to come up with a strategy. Tixie needs to get some of those stims on board as well before they make the assault. Though towards Yaz, inside that field, it's only Narvalo in that position in Wizard Tower, easily crashable. We said last time we saw this that, you know, you play that spot though, you are locked in for the rest of the game. It's impossible to get out. The vehicles will all be shattered on approach. But Narvalo cannot be holding this Wizard Tower by himself. He needs support from the rest of his team who are playing the windows in Yaz. They'll have to send some good shots off. Narvalo will just send away. Kitsune should be able to get back up again as they get him back into the building. Tixie thinks twice about actually heading a little bit further into that. And nice position from Gladiators. They go a little bit further than Wizard Tower. They pick up the compound up front, and they can play this out. And it will be a position they can get away from now as well, Jackie, because those vehicles should be hidden on the backside of the buildings. You can see there with Mekio and his buggy.
So a bit more comfortable now, as they really have been through the wars early, right? Tested quite a lot in the opening moments of this one, but bouncing back like elastic, getting themselves set up and prepared for a longer game on this one. Not thinking about what's happening in the next few moments, but the optics for the future. Having a look now at our zone overall and seeing the way things are going in terms of the rotations. You've got NEXUS actually in a pretty good spot post-zone shift. That's worked out quite nicely. One of the few times where it feels like NEXUS maybe might have something to say for themselves in terms of having a good position from the get-go rather than having to go for a late rotation in and leaving themselves susceptible to the tribulations that come with that.
It's a difficult one to kind of get past, right? And I think for some of these teams, you need to start really figuring out your game plan, getting in towards the center of the circle a lot of times. And look, we can actually go back to Gladiators on this one, Jackie, because they've certainly figured this out very recently. In fact, I think we're going back towards phase 1, where getting towards the center sometimes requires you to really hone in on a case of, look, it might not be free, but we have to take our chances on this one. There's a fair few teams that I am seeing, particularly like PERMITTA and looking at even Vulgar as well as Alpha. Vulgar and Alpha, like obviously, I would say similar levels of playstyle right now, similar levels of play as well, where they're a bit afraid to go for these strong positions. They're a bit afraid to take wide splits in those end games. For Gladiators, it has felt more like they have just gone from a case of feeling that they're forced to play on the edge, but just taking these compounds again. And this is a big complaint I had last season, where they were refusing to take free spots in the circles for fear of just getting annihilated. Just go for it anyway. You're getting annihilated on the way into the circle from the edge anyway. It just happens later in the game.
And that's the thing, right? It's also, sometimes, if you're able to scrap your way through to get a better zone early, you build up that confidence because you're taking down teams, you're getting those eliminations, you start to feel like you are ready for those later fights. It's not as shaky, it's not as worrying when you're then thrown into a really important 2vx, 3vx. It's a lot easier to keep your crosshair where it needs to be. A lot of chasing has been occurring throughout the course of this one as well. We've seen dive bombs from MADBULLS and co, effectively just trying to force out other teams into uncomfortable positions. This one really is summarized with the word uncomfortable, though. It looks awkward. You've got Furia with the nades pin pulled as he dashes one out and blows Fleek away. Follow up onto TUNA's position. He's going to eat about half of that. Still alive and kicking, but really not in a great spot. I mean, he can't do too much. You try and run left, you're basically going to get ruined. You try and run right, you're going to get peaked anyway. And there's already a rotation that can come over for MUERTE. So it feels like a stalemate, effectively. He's just go for the confidence play of getting his teammate up, but the follow-up nade does damage, and TUNA's days are numbered.
Yeah, honestly, we've not talked too much about MUERTE this game, but actually this is a nice rotation from them, and I'm not exactly sure where they went. Again, we've got to remember this is a very southern playing path. Look at this, TUNA sending in over towards KASIK, actually going for the full 4-man squad. Wipe there too, and they currently have a really strong spot in the circle. I said this position wasn't very easy to isolate, not very easy to crash, but TUNA have been able to get in with little to no utility, it looks like. They didn't really drop smokes on the windows, they just flew in, took the shots. KASIK team gets a bit disjointed and they get taken down, so congrats to TUNA, well done. That's one of their splashes coming straight through. Back to MUERTE though, yeah, very, very well done, taking over towards Heaven early, and then also isolating that rotational path coming from MADBULLS, because with the position everyone was in at the start of the game, it wasn't like MADBULLS had the first bit of dibs over towards Heaven itself on this northwest side of Mansion. So MUERTE take it, and then they hold MADBULLS afterwards. Very smart. Again, MUERTE is one of those teams that has really good information on where teams are playing and where to take these scraps from. So excited to see what they can do in the end game here.
Ooh. Worst case Ontario here, mate. Never the situation you want to be left in. Locked in a burning building. Temp taken down the end as he's forced to peek out. And just gets ruined. Shockwave, though, it's not all sunshine and roses, it seems, as they take a few bullets from the side as well. And Vulgar boys get contact onto Alpha, but this is the fight. You can see NEXUS were able to engage hot off the back of Shockwave's opening pick onto PERMITTA. They're being able to trade quite nicely here as well. Kapahala getting stuck in thick and fast, pickup after pickup. Shotty in the back line for Redux, making some parkour plays as he'll hit that one and silence the last man for Shockwave as they go out in 11th. Recoverable as well. You can get Octavian back up. They're going to be okay from this. You've got compound control and time to heal.
Yeah, it's a good backstop from Kapahala as well, taking some nice little shots. No Mercy Warriors attempt to leave over towards the ridge side. It's not possible. No Mercy Warriors get ahead of them. It's a nice play from No Mercy Warriors. They've been very silent in their approach on this one. Alpha is over towards our east, though, which is getting a lot of these third parties. You're talking about everyone's just driving around all the time. It's because this is a fairly flat ending towards Erangel. So there's a lot of positions that are open. You've got to be very cautious on your approach towards a circle. Depending on where we go next as well, Jackie, it really could be over towards the fields on this western side. And this is a position that we've seen Gladiators play yesterday. Lost to MADBULLS, who are currently MUERTE have their position in the map. So there's a very good case study for both these teams of how not to lose this match. So I'm curious to see how that does end. But again, SPG, NEXUS, No Mercy Warriors, all still in the conversation here.
Yeah, some of the squads that maybe we haven't, been building up as much in terms of the storylines and the narratives, actually having a great day of it here on Erangel right now. That's the new map coming out next season. Don't worry about that one. Yeah, like it is really cool to see that. It's like two Erangels all in one.
So sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But like, it is just quite impressive actually that like TUNA's been able to come out swinging today. Which even at the start of this game we were kind of saying, yeah, they have the odd game, they struggle. Ooh, that's a hell of an 8. Man, Furia. Like honestly, this guy should just not be allowed near explosives. It's wild the amount of damage he does with just offensive utility alone, right? Like how? How is he doing it so cleanly and consistently every single game? Fantastic lobbing arm on him.
Yeah, I think Furia has just been one of the biggest additions to the lobby as of recent. It's fantastic to see. I'm super happy with it as well. I think that, even on Excuse Me, he showed a lot of promise and now has cemented himself as one of the best players in PMPL EU currently, which is great. Circle doesn't really confirm anywhere in particular. Again, this is practically the exact same circle we saw from yesterday over towards the western side, including this position. I think that, the circle actually concluded around about stage 7. I was saying to you after that game yesterday with MADBULLS versus Gladiators that it's probably the fastest match in PUBG Mobile we've seen in EU in a very, very long time since the circle setting changes, where we had a much, much easier end to it. You were just throwing the curveballs all the time, weren't you?
Hey, look, you've got to root for the underdog, and honestly, MUERTE, when they're hitting these sort of numbers, Blank, when we're this, this portion into the game, I'm always going to root for them. I'm always thinking it's one of those games. The difference is, for me, if MUERTE are going to win it, they have to have a limit, right? If they're not hitting their shots, if they're not warmed up early, it just doesn't happen for me. And this is one of those games where it looks like they could be relatively crisp. They're going to get crashed upon, though. Instantly, you can see NEXUS. They're dive bombing so aggressively, the vehicles landed on the roof, Blank.
It's an incredible little play. I love this one. I've been waiting to see it in PUBG Mobile Competitive for a while. You just send the cars up, you land them on the rooftops, you have a very easy entryway. It cuts off the angle from Corker as well, and now you're in the compound alongside with them. It's so cool. I love it. I love it so much. NEXUS make the push in towards heaven. Not an easy position to assault either, with all 4 players alive. Capohala does get knocked though, and Malloy there with the nade. They are all locked into this singular position. There's a few places you can play out of nade range, but you're gonna have to make something happen. Doran's even burning on the backside. Great molly from Furia. That's coming in from behind as well.
Oh, man. He's nearly taken him out with impact from that one alone, basically hitting it right off the man's head. And they just keep swinging on it. They really do want to shut down NEXUS instantly and don't let this one get out of hand. They're taking a couple of knocks back now, though. And this is the flip in the script. It looks so clean for MUERTE. The nades, absolutely brilliant. The way they're playing it was clean. Now they're starting to fumble. You've received 2 knocks back. It's put you into an awkward position because Milky Way's gone for good. No coming back into the game for him. Corker, lucky to be standing, realizes that he could be peaked so easily here as well, and Doran lobs the nade ahead, trying to take him out with a splash damage alone. Man, how has NEXUS been able to recover this one?
It's really surprising, honestly. They're still in the fight, in the engagement. Obviously, Octavian, lovely nade over the top, and Doran's got more to throw. As Octavian himself, will he go for the confirm, or will he try and take some shots over towards Furia? There is some nasty little nades, nasty little bullets coming over towards that position too. Tixi will get flushed out, as Meku, as well as Matic were on the rescue mission, so Gladiators now down to 3 players. It's all going wrong at the moment. Malloy out of the game, Corker out of the game, Milky Way, he's out of the way too. It's just Furia left alive now for MUERTE to try and see just how far he can go for the rest of his squad. It was a nice push from SPG. They leave 2 players up towards that northern side, watching the approach from Gladiators as Victor and Narvalo go for themselves a couple of third-party eliminations and will clear out basically the entirety of NEXUS, leaving only Furia behind.
If there was one man you'd want left for MUERTE, it would be Furia. He can always make those major moments in the late game. Gladiators, though, if they want to make it the 2-piece, take the back-to-back chicken dinners, it's going to have to be clinical. This is the replay we've all been waiting for, though. Look at this, the circus rotation as they send themselves flying up onto the roof. That was the fight we had with NEXUS up against MUERTE a little while ago. Glad we caught that one. Shout out to the production team there. Always on the money here.
Yeah. I love how you talk about, Redux doing a bit of parkour earlier, but we see some serious extreme parkour in that moment, which is always great to see, getting up on the rooftop. Didn't quite work out, but certainly a play that had to be made in that moment for NEXUS if they wanted to get further into the game. Gladiators, come on lads, it just wasn't necessary to lose Tixi there. Their Y split last time didn't work out too hot. The compound's still in the circle. This is where you were assaulted from before. I think it's just reasonable at this point in time. You can hear a lot of shots, a lot of fights going on around the map. You can imagine there's a fair few teams still left remaining. Just holding this compound, try and sweep these edge areas. When you start seeing No Mercy Warriors cresting over the hillside, just go for some team shots. Losing Tixi like that is pretty diabolic early on.
Yeah, it's one of those that will definitely come back to haunt you and could be the difference of some unbelievable placements throughout the course of the day, man. Just watching Reflect having to deal with this with like a sliver of HP, and I was just thinking, is he still going to survive this? But yeah, all right, takes it on the chin quite nicely, is able to bounce back, even though it looks like he's completely gone. Had literally no HP visible on the overlay there, but finally starts to top himself up. Yeah, he is just crouched out the way.
I think for Alpha, this is a very much struggle bus scenario. Oh, you got to try and crest this ridge somehow, also take some shots. Meku's being very cautious, and it's understandable as well because they do not want to lose another player before we hit like stage 7, stage 8. They realistically need 3 players still up. SBG is the big force in the lobby at the moment. Just holding in from that eastern side, because they're able to play over towards the ridges, they can take this aggressive split where they all can peek off one another as long as they're playing the 2-2, right? So Navallo finds the Sheepa from Alpha, and they are just manipulating the way this game is ending on the western side. It's very smart, very good play, and this is why you can start to see their team, you know, start to evolve just a little bit. As Navallo starts to make the right calls for the squad, there is some good suggestions coming through, and they're all following it to a T.
As long as you stick to the same script, even if things start to go southward, you can still recover from it. It's nice though, you know, a bit of a slower game here. We were building up that storyline of Gladiators potentially being able to get the back-to-back. If they're going to do that, it will have so much more influence to it with the fact you're already down to a trio with 5 squads left going into the 6th circle. Victor, vicious as always, cleaves his way through the back line and starts to hatchet his way down onto Alpha. That's Alpha that look to finally be stretching their legs a little bit into this game, but now those legs are gone. Removed by the surgeon of Navallo as he's precise on that one. Clean up by No Mercy as Wobbly goes in, but even then, Blank, you're looking at the squads that now remain. This kind of thrusts it in favor of SBG quite a lot. They're the only squad with all 4 left. They've got vehicles, and you've got a good bit of distribution in terms of the spacing. They can take some nice fights from this.
Yeah, this is kind of where I'd hope that Gladiators would learn their lesson from MADBULLS, or at least try and emulate it a little bit, because they have vehicles. You know there's most likely a split across the road. At this point in time, it's one of those do or die moments where you just go for the full send over towards Erangel's as well as Sanhok. You try and take down 2 of those players, but that time has now passed. As they start to regroup on the line, Gladiators have to send further in towards the circle. You've got Meku out in the field, not an ideal position, and Kitsune's going to try and take some pot shots from the rooftop, but it's too little, too late. They see that rotation coming through from SBG. They realize now is the time to move. So good information gathering at least.
Victor just spamming shot after shot at eye level there, hoping someone would peek into him. Furia as well, lucky to be alive as the nade surprises landing from either side. Stereo nades going in. Kitsune, though, he'll be the one to dispatch him. So MUERTE finally taken out of the game for good as Furia falls, leaving us with 3 squads. Ooh, speedy start from No Mercy Warriors as they're in the vehicles looking to bonnet players. Barely whizzing by them, Blank.
Victor able to be brought back up into the fight here, which was a little bit of a scary moment for SBGs. They did lose him on the rotate. This is actually quite smart from Gladiators. I do like this. The fact that they're able to just watch for that rotation, really pick their moments well. Navallo, well, Marlo will go down to a nade there coming through from the Gladiators as Matic gets up real close. They have to do some damage over towards SBG. There's Wobbly finding Navallo. Meku's going to send some smokes over the top, get a little bit further towards them, nade out front. If Kitsune can push up towards this loot crate, he'll have a really good angle towards this team. They still technically have high ground here, Jackie.
They've got spacing to play with. And this is going to be an intense final fight. The finish dangling on the fingertips, really. For No Mercy Warriors, it's a deep run for them. But with only a duo left and limited utility, limited supplies in a spot like this, it's not going to get any easier. You can see already Snowix revving the engine, waiting to put the pedal down to try and draw out that gunfire and see if you can get info. Meanwhile, Matic shuffling his way through the hay, trying to keep his nose clean. Rotation now for Gladiators, closing the spacing as they're getting a bit more aggressive. We can see bullets going down from Navallo as well, connecting onto No Mercy Warriors. They're going to be finished off and shown mercy, it seems, by the 2 squads. They're taken out and we'll probably get left with just the 2 big heads now in the final fight, SBG and Gladiators.
3v4 here, no real utility on the side of Gladiators. They've used a lot of it so far. They have to drop some smokes down, stop this push from coming through. You identified it early, Jackie. These vehicles that SBG have been able to hold on to for so long with a lot of that cover on the eastern side will be really important in this endgame. Gladiators go down to some more bonneting over in the field. I will be furious with this one. Meku does spot Snowix on his rotate, tries to get behind them, needs to hit these shots here, Jackie.
Those are missed. None of them connecting, and it'll be a problem for them. You're not going to be able to slow down the flank anywhere near as easily. Play zone, nipping at the heels though, and making it uncomfortable as Snowix will be blown away. So his surprise attack that was supposed to save the day now amounts to little and leaves it really just down to the free threads of either side. And they're just jiggle peeking on this one. No one wants to give away the opener initially. Smoke's up as well though, so defensive utility being thrown out for SBG.
Now Valor going to try and get up towards the loot crate, a little bit of hard cover that he can just base himself off the back of. T will start to move up with Victor and I now. Just smokes in the pocket for Victor here. I think there's one nade on Narvalo. It has to be massive here. We're going all the way on this fielded finish. They're all lining up though, Jackie, in one location. Narvalo has to hit a massive one on this nade. Matic is attempting to get the spray through. Gets a little tag. We'll go for a bit more.
Trying his damnedest to finish this one off. The sheer firepower peppering its way through the smoke, but not dealing enough damage to leave anyone on their last legs. Narvalo as well, confident to push slightly further up, spitting the space with the nades, grabs the loot and arms himself now. And talking of big damage, look at the nade onto Kitsune, mate.
He's got the links in hand right now. Narvalo, one shot will do the trick. Finds a big one. That's important. We'll move out of the way. Matic has to go huge. One player left remaining. It's Kitsune. 4 bullets in the mag versus the DBS. Is it enough? And he finds it!
That is absolutely ridiculous. The spacing, the choreography of PUBG Mobile we have just seen, for it to go down to that. The man hitting the deck with the DBS and proving that he could do his very best in a situation like that blank. Gladiators, that's a crazy chicken dinner. That was a wild final fight.
I mean, using a UMP, basically no bullets left in the mag versus the DBS, horrible scenario to be in, but Kitsune still makes it work. When it all comes down to the captain, he leads the team through. Oh my God, what a game. And I think the Gladiators really do learn their lesson from the surprise peak in the vehicle. Everyone turns around. They're all eyes towards that vehicle.
Man, that was just wild. Like the timing of it all, from the snipe into the final engagement, just the sheer choreography was absolutely balmy. But we could wax lyrical about it all day. Let's give Max and Kalaris a chance to enjoy this one. Let's get back to the desk.
Oh, it's a back-to-back here. Great stuff coming in from Gladiators. Well done by them. However, the links! I feel, Max, like the links should just not knock people. It should just eliminate them instantly. It's just their Stahlkanone, the biggest cannon, just bang! But no, not to be the case.
I think you shouldn't get even knocked. You should just get like your game closed when you just get hit by the Lynx AMR. Just the game's like, oh, it just force closed.
It just crashes.
It just crashes the game. It's that strong. What a great! I saw the Lynx. I was like, that's not a usual weapon in a field finish. And just instantly, okay, that's the one hit. And instantly gets the knock on it. But still, the back-to-back wins from the Gladiators here. Kalaris is coming on through. And we know that when they're looking good with at the start of the day, they're going to start running through the matches every single day.
Yeah, I mean, there were slight flashbacks.
Oh no, MADBULLS.
to a very similar circle to as they were mentioning in the cast, but Gladiators dealt with it very well. I mean, it's funny how similar a circle can be, but how different the scenario can be, right? Like, if we're thinking about where all the teams are positioned around them, how SBG is kind of coming in from the north, having to wind their way around to the east to get to the south position, because that's a better entry point compared to going up against that compound by Gladiators. All of these small knock-on effects make for a very different game.
Yeah, maybe MUERTE could have pulled the same play as MADBULLS yesterday, but then came in flying literally Nexus onto heaven, just sending it crashing on the rooftops. And actually, you pointed out a very interesting fact during that fight. It's good for Nexus to crash that position onto MUERTE. It makes sense at the time, but you said they crashed their cars on the roof, so they couldn't even leave, even if they won the fight. So that was a bit weird.
Yeah, that's something that I kind of talk about a lot when I'm playing my games with people, is that, okay, cool, if heaven is the focal point, you can absolutely make that play. Like, if you guarantee you're going to have the circle center there, absolutely, 100%. If not, you probably want those vehicles back still. Like, you can't get them off the roof. I don't know what you're going to do, but it's by the by here as we took a look at those numbers. And MUERTE was also playing excellently. I think it does bear repeating here that someone like Furia, again, Max. Looks absolutely blisteringly good 2 days in a row.
Just always the X factor when it comes to MUERTE. Even though he's a solo, he can just keep salvaging these missions, salvaging these games, and get a few points on boards. And they got 11 points on this, well, purely eliminations on this match, so really good. Though that conversion rate from SBG, a lot of shooting, and unfortunately because of that, they were not able to convert a lot of elims, and they were almost out of ammo in a similar fashion to Gladiators, so they were on their last stretch, on their last leg when it comes to ammo and weapons. Reason why actually they had to loot up that crate and get the Lynx AMR in the first place, because they were out of ammunition for a pretty long period of time. But yeah, at least Gladiators, no fumble this time, and able to get himself the win. And I feel like this is the comeback from Gladiators we've been waiting for, because Major Pride and MADBULLS not able to get these big games right now. It's going to be the time for them to close that gap.
So many umps on the side of Gladiators as well. Again, as you say, I feel like it's probably just a symptom of we really didn't do a huge amount of looting in this game. We got to this compound and we sat here and we did what we need to do. But anyway, regardless, as we take a look back at this game, a lot of chaos unfolding in these fields, and understandable really. There's really not that many locations you can actually take up in fields like this, but some great nades across the board. Furia, as Jackie said here, don't let this man near explosives. He's just too good with them.
It's just too good. I mean, it's the nade guide from PMRC, and he's still the nade guide over here in PMPL. It's, look at that, just some more plays from him. Nexus just sent in flying on their compound, and he gets, I think we're going to see in the replay, a great angle on the staircase from down below while Dorian is trying to go for that res. Oh, we don't barely miss. We don't get it, but it was some really good angles that he's just able to abuse for his team every step of the way. So really happy with how things worked out. Though No Mercy Warriors, I got to say, been surviving throughout these last 2 games today, a little bit longer in the matches, but they just get so predictable, delaying their circles, delaying their shifts, that they're just going to get naded and mollied out of position. So it's a bit rough for them at the end.
Is that like Bing chilling, Bing surviving?
In surviving these games, yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, cool. You can see here on the left, Narvalo able to pop off a lot for SPG. 1,300 damage is huge for only 3 eliminations. That might be the lowest conversion rate we've seen on damage like that in a long time.
Yeah, they moved around the eastern edge of the road for a long portion of this game to make sure they were the only team entering from the east, which I did enjoy how they were playing that one through, eliminating all the threats like your MUERTEs, like some players from Alpha Team 2. And actually, for the longest time, they had a 2-2 split across the road, which I thought was a good idea to keep tabs on, No Mercy Warriors, Alpha Team, Gladiators, and then they regrouped when they were going to initiate that push. So good on SPG, but I still want to see more than just one good game. I want to see that consistency we witnessed from spring, but of course with this new roster, it is a little bit tougher to pull through for them.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the overalls then and see where we're sat at, because currently Gladiators is on the fight. They're moving on up here, and if they get more wins on the board, man, there's all the opportunity for them to wrestle this away from the 2 top dogs.
Yeah, I'm always looking at the YouTube chat and people saying, "Oh no, Gladiators, they're washed up," and it's like, "Hey, you wait." Yeah. You really have people that are just waiting for the downfall of Gladiators, and then they just bring it back. Like, I never doubted Gladiators. They're the best team. They're now back on the podium, 155 points, and already was. Today's matches alone already caught up in terms of eliminations. They're just 6 eliminations behind Major Pride, who are leading the charge on the elimination point side of things. But yeah, some big changements, of course. Changes. That's a bit of
English too, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just mixing languages today. But yeah, glad to see Gladiators at the top here. And the big 3 are going to be back on board.
Well, I used Der Stål Kanon earlier, which is the big cannon in Danish. So, you got to mix it in where you can, because let's be real, Brits know nothing about other languages. But anyway, let's take a look at 9th through 16th as well and see what's going on. SBG here with a little bit of a move, got themselves a few more points on the board and are looking to try and strike out of that top 8 as well. So beyond that, I mean, not too much. A lot of the usual suspects down towards the bottom. I still do feel a little bit hard pressed by KONINA Power being in 13th after having such a good end to phase 1, but it remains to be seen if they can kind of get back on the horse here once again. Well, thank you very much, Max. It is time for us to go on over to the next game. Of course, thank you to Monster Energy for joining us here. I don't have a monster to hand. I need to go and grab one during this game. That would be fantastic. I know, Max. Well done. Good job. I
finished already. It's good.
Oh, okay. Well,
tasty treat. Yes.
All right. Let's head over to the commentators. We are going over to Miramar here. Jackie and Blank, take it away.
It just makes me happy watching like Max's little escapades on the desk. I don't know why. He just makes me so happy, man. He's such a good ball of energy. And that's what we need because we're going into more games, Blank. More games.
We need more energy, more passion right now. That's what we need. And look, if it's a tasty little treat, I'm okay with it, Max. You don't get your tasty little treat on board. You cane that thing in 30 minutes, that's fine. I'm okay with it. Probably less time than that if I know Max. I've seen him at events. He destroys those monsters.
Like a liquid Hoover.
Energy. He is, yeah, just slurping it all up in a matter of seconds.
What would that be? A pump, I guess? A liquid Hoover? I don't know. If you know, let us know over on social media.
I need to look that up now.
See, these are the sort of hard-hitting questions we like to bring you here on PMPL EU. Thought-provoking ones, like water hoovers and how pancakes work. And probably something else we've said over the course of the show.
Just called wet vacuum. I don't really, very uncreative that I think. I think liquid hoover sounds way better.
That's what I'm going to call you when you throw my PUBG games. You wet vacuum. What are you doing?
That's just mean. That is mean. I dislike this big time. I've hoovered up all your points. If we get none after that one, your rank will go down horrendously. But yes, heading over towards Miramar, which we will not need a liquid vacuum for because, or liquid hoover, sorry, because this is a very dry map, very hot. This is where we need to get all these teams remaining hot, fired up, especially Gladiators because they've done very well. I do think Gladiators are not playing this one, if I'm not mistaken, so they'll be having their little time off. And rightly so, they deserve a break. They've just hit themselves a nice little back-to-back. And again, this is classic Gladiators gameplay, right? Where all of a sudden they're like, right, we've been in 9th place too long. It's time to be back at the podium.
I think that is just kind of what happened. It's like something just sort of
enough.
Snaps, yeah. And they go, all right, no more losing, you know. Everyone sort of pulls their socks up, they put the shoes on. We're going to win now. And everyone goes, yeah, no, fair enough. Like, maybe we should.
Yeah, it's essential. It's required. And I think it's nice to see. It's nice to see that we've had like teams that we expect to step up every single time, and we've kind of set that up as well. And I think all you guys at home as well understand. I think there's a lot of fans of Gladiators. I think we've all just been waiting for this moment. And even if you are a fan of Gladiators at home, I'm sure you've been just fine because you also know there's a team that breaks your heart for at least 3 days, and then they mend it. They patch it all back together again when it comes down to it in those final moments. And if you want to help us patch together a little bit of those social media vibes, you can head over towards Esports PUBGM EU as over on Instagram as well as YouTube. Maxman's approved it too, so you have to go look at it now. If Maxman's approved it, you know it's going to be good. It's going to be a tasty treat on the social media pages.
Yep, he's currently working on a patchwork quilt of various moments from PUBG Mobile history. So you can get all the latest and the greatest on that on social media. So make sure you follow for Max's quilt working workshop, I believe it's called. It's a new series, Blank.
Max's quilt collage. Yes, please. I like that. It'd be good, actually. I'd
watch that. I would watch that. I feel like it'd be quite calm. You know, it'd be a good way to start off like a Monday morning.
Little documentary, you know. It's good. It's good. I'd be definitely involved. Let's see if we can get it to make it happen. But it's probably
it's happening. It's already happening. We've willed it into existence.
Oh, okay.
Now it's too little, too late for it to. Oh no! That's
mine.
Me.
That's my pistol. Sorry.
He's been done dirty on the replay as well. They've even had to show that one. He's going to go back. He'll watch the VOD. He'll see it. He'll go, oh no.
He'll watch the VOD and be like, oh, luckily no one caught that.
Oh wait.
Observer's too good. They're like, look, man, you're not getting away with that one. You've been humiliated.
Can't pull a fast one on the production team.
They see all. Omnipotent. I love it. Love to see it.
The world tree.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of Yggdrasil.
Yeah. This is good. We're easing into it. We're covering all the grounds. Mythology, banter, PUBG. We've got it all in. But I'll tell you what we have got, in the server at least, is MUERTE as well. MUERTE, bud, like, it's really interesting today at least, how Furia is just always up to his old tricks of basically being like a new class in PUBG Mobile. This guy's like invented the Grenadier role, where he just always has so many grenades, it's impossible for him to even find time to use his primary weapon, because he's just blowing you up. And I love that. I'm really a big fan of MUERTE with some of the moves they've been making recently. I just think, again, it's one of those where it feels like even still today, they show me so much good, but there's just the odd moment where it leaves me scratching my head a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely have like a bit of a Street Fighter moment where, you know, they'll get through about 3/4 of the level and then just kind of run out of steam at that point because they're just constantly fighting. And I think there is a balance to be found, because the games where it feels like they're trying to pull things back, you know, a little bit more calm. That one out, and just sit back in the office desk. Like, these are the games where they just don't do anything. They will sit still. They will expend all their ammo, expend all their utility, not get in these engagements and do nothing. So I think a balance needs to be struck for MUERTE right now. That is one issue that I'm definitely looking at, where they're not able to sit towards that middle ground of, you know, you're on your break from your office desk, you go outside, you fight a couple of thugs, and then you come back in again. They need to just have that middle game where they take up a fight, reposition, find a better spot, take a couple more fights, and then realize it's time to stop at that point. Because when we get down towards those 8 teams, it's way more likely you're going to start seeing third parties, because there's only so many teams on the map, there's only so many teams that can be fighting. It's much more comfortable to go for a third party at that point in the game, because it's likely that another team's not going to get involved on the top of that. So I think that's something that MUERTE definitely need to start figuring out just a little bit. I think Miramar, they have the best time of it because it's such a big map. They can take these scraps a lot of the time without worrying that teams are going to be close by. They're going to get involved in those engagements, and it's sort of the false positive for them. Hopefully they can figure it out, though. Hopefully.
I do like the analogy as well of the idea of just being sat behind like an office, you know, just waiting, and then occasionally going outside to have some sort of outdoor brawls with some people, and then coming back with your XP in tow.
Keeps you motivated.
Yeah, gets you ready for the day. Stress relieving. That's what it is.
Paul, you're about to fight some more thugs then?
Look, come on. It's nearly 12 now. Lunch break. And then we've got to make out like bandits with the loot we stole from those thugs. And everyone's like, yeah, no, you are right, actually. Yeah. You are right. The paperwork can wait.
Just for a little bit, though. We need to get back to it.
Do you have to send those emails?
That project up towards the high ground at the moment. This is over towards El Pozo. Your Vulgar boys over towards that north in Gladiators spot in La Cobradia. They can head downwards. I'm kind of curious to where we will see Vulgar boys end up. We've seen them get some decent matches on Miramar so far. They do sort of have this thing where a lot of their engagements seem so shaky, though, where if I've ever predicted Vulgar boys in the past, it just feels like such a stressful, nail-biting experience every time you see them getting into a fight. At least 3 of the players go down, 1 player clinches it up, it's extended, they go on for too long, they're getting bruised and battered. So for Vulgar boys, it hasn't been an easy week for them, but we do have to praise the fact that they're really desperately trying in these matches to get as high up the leaderboard as possible. We had them highlighted over on the desk at the start of the day, where they've had actually quite a good increase in performance from last week to this one. Not in terms of damage, not in terms of eliminations, but just in terms of living. Maybe their rotates look a little bit cleaner, and I think that that can make the world a difference a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? You know, average survival time was about 2-3 minutes higher than last week, so it bodes well. But like you were saying, it's still being able to find those other stats around that, right? You've got to be finding impact still, at least in terms of eliminations. And the only bit that's also really worrying for them is we've seen Vulgar boys, even situations where they get down to a 2 versus 1. Sometimes the misplays, the tunnel vision, it can creep in a little bit. It can be the difference of them taking a chicken dinner and letting it fall through their fingertips, even when they have an advantage. So we'll keep our eyes on them. We'll see if they can continue to improve consistently over time, or if it won't be a linear path for them. Beast here, closing the gap between the main man from MUERTE in Milky Way. He gets up close onto him, realizes now that he's being flanked back as he goes down towards the rock side and finds some cover. crowding himself, allowing the rest of his team to try and get a peek in. Fights ahead of the smoke. You like to see it at least in the one encounter as he shuts down one man. There's a trade back from his team as well. So for MUERTE, this is actually getting a little bit awkward.
Yeah, slightly dicey. With Milky Way both and Malloy down now as well. So there's 2 players still alive, Madagod as well as, I think that was Beast still up, I'm not sure though. Or Hate Most off in the distance, yeah. So I think for MUERTE it's going to be a little bit difficult to get players back up on their feet. Fury being closest by, that will be the last player from Nexus going down again. This rotate coming through from Impala has been rough for Nexus. Not quite figured out the rotation that they want to make that keeps them out of play from a lot of the squads. Fury goes down there. Yep, it's pretty much all just donezo now. You can see Corker off in the distance. Unlikely he's going to get towards his team. It's going to have to be one hell of a mad dash. He has a vehicle to do it, so potential. But yeah, this is a bit of a crazy play. Hate Most is also rotating in now as well, getting to push up towards them. We'll go for the backstop. Milky Way closest to bleeding out here.
Milky Way going to be saved at least as he'll be brought back into the fight by his teammate in Corker. I Hate Most was also given time. It goes both ways, so he's able to heal and can once again look to reinstigate this fight, open up old wounds against MUERTE. As backup from Madagod, far away, but it's the close peek that you weren't expecting. Corker instantly pops up, hits that one, and blows Hate Most out of the equation. Madagod, even in his fastest rotate over here, he's going to leave himself with not much time to do anything. Both of the vehicles blank have formed the world's strongest shape. It's a triangle. That bad boy's not moving.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make good cover, but it's not moving. That's right. So a struggle for him. Corker up top side. Nay will be thrown out just to try and bounce off the position on top of the bus as well. A bit cruel. This guy's got a thing for vehicles so far and taking them down. Vulgar Boy's off in the distance, also looking to get involved on this one. Shots over towards Madagod. He does his best, but it's not enough. And MUERTE will walk away with this with 4 eliminations. But losing Malloy is a little bit of a difficulty for them. A really strong player on the squad does do a lot for them a lot of times. And I think as one of the first players to initiate a fight alongside Furia, I think Milky Way and Corker will desperately miss him, alongside with Furia as well, because he's going to have to solo frag his way into these buildings. We do have a look at the circle now. As we've not talked about too much, been embroiled in that engagement between MUERTE as well as the Nameless. We're going to head down towards the south side. You've got MADBULLS, who made their way in towards Chumacera, but high ground up towards that north with Major Pride taking that one up. And I think with how close they've come a lot of times and how brutal their last game was, dying almost immediately, is the game where they'd like to bump their points up a bit.
It's midpoint of the day as well. And we're coming up close towards day 6, right? Tomorrow's obviously the last day of the week here. So if you can't find opportunities today, it might knock your confidence a bit. It might make it a little bit harder, put a lot of pressure on yourselves, thinking we've only got a few games left to play out. You know, the blessing is at least there'll be that 6th game going into tomorrow. Maybe there's a little bit of room there, but not looking good if you can't find any points. Funnel them here and get yourself in a good spot. Don't leave it up to other teams to seal your fate in terms of those placements. Try and find what you can off the skin of your own back. Close grouping from a lot of teams here as well. You've got Alpha, Unicorns of Love split either side of them. Dagestan looking to crash down on top of Titan as well. And KONINA Power there. So lots of room for close quarters engagements over the course of the next few moments. Alpha at the minute just trying to hold control of the compound near Unicorns of Love, whilst we're seeing MUERTE just getting picked off a bit, taking some chip damage and potentially losing out in terms of the control they had.
Yeah, Vulgar able to pick that one up, and I think that it's one of those rotations that you have to sort of predict on. I think that's well played to Vulgar. They head down towards the south. It's just this west side, essentially, over on the other edge of that Dariera Valley. And I like this play from Vulgar. It's very Vulgar of them in terms of trying to stay out of the way for as long as possible, because they're not really in the circle as of yet, just starting to make their entrance now. But this is very much their playstyle, is just try and stay out of the way for a long time, get a couple of picks off on the edge, clear out their area, clear out their space. It's not hyper aggressive, but what it certainly is getting them towards the end game, which is their change that they've made throughout this time. Foopes, man, is off in the distance, still trying to hold out versus MUERTE, though.
Always just gets me excited when I hear the word Foopes, man. I'm like, all right, what have you got in store for me, Foopes? Lieutenant Foopes. The man that can do it all on occasion. VIRTUS.PRO here, though. Yeah, dude, he is. Like, he would have the cape. You know it's in his closet. He just only pulls it out on very special occasions, you know? Specific Sundays, maybe a wedding.
Yeah, sorry. I was just watching...
The Beckoning.
The Beckoning, yeah. I think he's waiting for him to come out, but... I think you sort of have to hit that spray. It was a good, quick reaction there from Terminus, and Beck has to come off this high ground, so did want to get rid of him as soon as possible. So now his exit's a bit awkward here for VIRTUS.PRO. Circle shifts down towards his south side. MADBULLS still technically in. Down the hillside towards Chumacera itself. Titans up towards that northern edge, but a lot of teams still just moseying around this area, you know. The amount of teams on the edge are definitely going to be a big kicker. I like this from Major Pride so far. They have a lot of work cut out for them to defend versus Watch Me, from No Mercy, from Vulgar, from Dark Project, potentially even to MUERTE as they start to make their way in. But they also have the most potential to carve out a really nice bit of space on this western side. Most of the teams that are already in the circle are playing majority down towards this east. So I have some high hopes here for Major Pride.
A Major Pride, I mean, they've been looking really good, right? You know, in every situation we've had, basically, we've been singing their praises in terms of the moves they've been making. So who knows? Maybe this is just another game where it's not going to be a close second. It could be a big opportunity for them to springboard themselves back into the game. But obviously, that's quite far into the future. Right now, we have such a sheer amount of squads left and quite a lot of breathing room for them to play around that we should have a fair bit of time on this one. Room for everyone to stretch their legs before the final pebbles start to fall. At the minute, we're on the POV of No Mercy Warriors. They've been taking pot shots on rotations, trying to deal with MUERTE. Talking of rotates, here comes Foopes Man and co. As Vulgar boys will be quick in terms of getting themselves into a bit of a better angle. And their angle is going to be directly behind SHOCKWAVE. Meanwhile, Dark Project also kick off a fight versus Offhaze, trying to take out KONINA Power for good. Talking of going out for good, though, see you later, MUERTE, as they are gone.
Yeah, last player just gets removed from the equation. KONINA Power gets up close, personal with Dark Project, asks them some questions that they weren't willing to answer. Nade will force something out of them. Ivanesco underneath, great nade from Offhaze. Probably the best player so far on the squad with KONINA Power. I think Palucci's had his real highlight moments as well, but Offhaze this season at PMPL EU certainly has been a real big show for the team.
I don't want to say it as well because I feel like I'm just going to curse any chance of them actually giving it to us, but it's one of those games where on the occasion I'm seeing Alpha sort of pop up a little bit in the Elim feed. I'm seeing some of the rotates they're making, seeing the way they look in terms of the body language. It actually feels like maybe there could be a lot more to be said for Alpha here, Blank, and it feels weird to say that because, you know, I think I would have been more confident in it coming into the first day of this week. I would have been all happy to say Alpha should be one of these teams that are contending game in, game out. Just haven't seen it. The proof just hasn't been there for me. But I want to see them do well. They're a talented roster. And you know at times they can really deliver. Maybe this is a game for them. Maybe there's some room to breathe a bit, but we'll see. Right now, they're just on rotation watch, basically like bird watching. You've got the goggles on, looking in the distance, trying to see what you can find. And it's just a rotation for No Mercy Warriors as they're going to be breezing by. Say goodbye, though, to SHOCKWAVE. Finishing off a fair few of the plays here will be Major Pride from the hillside control that they've got, playing a little bit split on this one.
Yeah, looking over towards some of the players trying to make that way, and just Terminus left remaining now. They've had a bit of a rough approach towards the circle. And, you know, talking about Alpha, they're not a bad team. And you said it, like, they are talented. They're definitely talented. And I think where they thrive a lot of times, especially on Miramar, is this terrain-based gameplay. So there's a game for them to stand up. It's this one. There's a lot of difficult terrain to mess around with over towards this northern side, where there's a huge amount of dips and defilades to get yourself stuck in. So I think for Alpha, this is one of those games where I think there is a real good chance that they can start to take control. It's whether or not that ego is still there for them, though, because like a lot of times what we have seen in the past, perform extremely powerfully is when they do have that ego on them and they decide they're going to take a large split, they're just going to really dominate the circle. And I think with the way that this current season has gone, yeah, it's not there right now. It's deflated a bit.
And like a souffle. Let's come out the oven a bit too soon. Say goodbye, though, to Dark Project for the most part, as they are now completely squashed out of this one. Out in 12th place, then, here on Miramar. And Major Pride, they're going from stride to stride. They're looking a lot more aggressive in terms of taking fight after fight and playing off of angles that they feel comfortable in. MADBULLS as well starting to put the pedal down as they aggress. Meanwhile, we see Robs has suffered from an encounter with the Pride. So Major Pride looking good for elimination points now as they brought themselves up to 4 and can convert this even higher if they can survive this test versus Titan here, fighting downhill into their compound with one man lurking off to the side here from SHOCKWAVE, just keeping his nose clean for now, but he's got a big old gun in the back pocket ready to let it loose if he can find an angle.
MADBULLS across the way, taking some nasty shots as well, like you said, from Major Pride. All looking towards them. Frozen will move up. It's a good anchor point for them to get towards, playing on this ridge. They can peek a little bit closer into the action. Terminus could be a problem from the backside there. We do have a predict coming through from Kalaris over towards Titans. You respect it. They're up in the compound. They're not doing too badly, but I think a lot of teams have information on this spot. This is a position that we've seen Major Pride play a few times before, over towards Saloon. Getting out from it, though, is a bit tough, and I think that is where you really have to make your biggest move, your biggest play, is leaving the compound itself. Good tag from Dino, spots it out there. Again, a little bit unsure why we are seeing Dino in the roster. I think the Black-White is just a much better player overall. Maybe it's because he isn't as synergistic with the team or doesn't understand the calls as well, but I just think that you have 3 players that know what's going on. You add in that unusual component of Black-White, who is just a strong fragger overall. I think that's your best choice, realistically.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you in terms of like pound for pound talent. It's just odd, right, that all of the wins we've been seeing him get this week have been with Dino on the roster. So something's been working. Something has sort of either twigged into place or just feels like the comms are a little bit cleaner for them. But yeah, it's definitely working. So I guess if they can just maintain this pace, they can kind of answer our questions for us just in terms of the gameplay alone, which is the best way to prove any of your points. Just do it in the game and go to show what you've got. Here, it's close, though, in terms of the spacing. Don't like the fact it's going to be Titan, KONINA Power, Dagestan, and Major Pride all on top of each other. Basically forced to fight downhill on this one, alongside that flank where MADBULLS could catch contact. Meanwhile, you've got VP causing some carnage up close and personal. Pruda, it's lucky that he's actually been able to survive that one in terms of the close quarters fight. Even gets away to take a second peek before Zero finishes him.
Yeah, basically ruins the chances of TUNA. The delay there comes in at such an awkward time as well. Now, MADBULLS do MADBULLS thing. They just charge in over towards No Mercy Warriors, get impaled on the horns. Another one goes down, and nade from Frozen should deal with Watch Me. And it's a great position they're taking right now. You can see they're very conscious of where Major Pride currently are. So constantly trying to keep this western side of themselves cut off from angles. So it's very, very smart. They identify that there is a bit of a crack in the armor here coming through from No Mercy Warriors, and they will just stick the blade in and find some good progress off the back of it.
Watch Me. Just trying to stay out of trouble for right now. The Bulls are on the move again as they push further down, seeing the smoke that's shrouding them at the minute. Barely giving any cover for No Mercy Warriors to play off of, and you're in the thick of it, completely surrounded. Astic has to push back up and get a heal in as well. Play with the squad. A well-placed nade could be the difference between them even breathing on this one. Tulika has got a strong throwing on him. Tries to line it up, but meanwhile his team is attacked. A swing onto Frozen and he crumbles, but Tulika trades it back with the nade.
Yeah, 2v2 now for MADBULLS. This is not a fight that they're liking the look of. You saw Frozen God try and head over towards Zerich, and smart play coming from No Mercy Warriors. They drop the smoke and then just cut off the angle of the player trying to approach over towards that side. Major Pride eliminates Titans in one hell of a fast fashion. They were in and then they were out. What happened up on that side? I'd love to see a replay of that bad boy. And now they're actually just heading straight down towards Major Pride at MADBULLS. This is so smart for Major Pride. They have a really good idea, good knowledge of where everyone's playing in this side, this circle. They can clear out these players underneath them. Suddenly, again, it looks so much cleaner for this team.
Effect. Taking a few pot shots through the window here. Yeah, it's looking really good with how they're playing it at the minute. Even just head and shoulders above in terms of the elimination points, it makes you think that something snapped into place. They're looking good in terms of the confidence. TUNA here having to fight their way through the battering ram in the vehicle, trying to deliver death on top of them as it comes crashing down, but Zero sidesteps it, sprays his way through them with the SMG, and actually keeps TUNA in the game for now. They've got a window of opportunity to reset from the fight as well and get the heals up, see if they can save their bacon and keep on going. Meanwhile, MADBULLS, just Fleek, he's being swung upon. Everyone's going to barrel down and look to end him as they want no shenanigans from the Bulls, and they're gone out in 7th.
The big thing right now is if they know that No Mercy Warriors are still playing within this building. If they do, should be an easy toss on the nade. They've got a fair few remaining. Trying to get it over and through that window. There's no smokes from No Mercy Warriors as well, so easy to try and get this arc, or at least easier. First one hits massively, but already there was a first aid kit going through that side. Some more smokes going up towards it, including the Molotov, and there's just shots in there. It should be over now. Dino with a lovely molly over the top side.
Beautiful damage. Great execution in the way they're playing it as well. The comms look clean. They're hitting their shots. Good trade between keeping damage down range with the weapons to keep them locked in place and using the utility to keep the fight in your favor as well. And this leaves us with 5 squads remaining. Only 3 of them have all 4 players alive. That's Major Pride, Alpha, and KONINA Power, with TUNA and Dagestan down to effectively 1 trio and 1 duo going into our final few fights here. A lot riding on this as well. It's an important point in the day, being our 4th of the 5th games we'll have. So one of your few opportunities to squeeze points out of today's playday have to come from this one.
Yeah, I think for Alpha as well, I mean, you sense the rumbling of the engine from this team. They're looking to get themselves a big game. TUNA attempts to make their way in. They're on the outside of the circle, coming straight out into open ground. Major Pride understands this. They set themselves up for a decent spray down. Dino has dropped, though. I think the one thing that does strike me as odd is the fact of how long KONINA Power has held this angle. Nomi has been really bored on this top side, because this is what he's been waiting for the entire time, is for these players to start coming out from this building. We'll get at least 1 knock, which should be a confirmed flush as well, because the play zone should just take him down. That's a smart play from Nomi. Just really good patience as well. Doesn't help the team out, because it's essential that he really does cripple that team on the northwest edge.
Setting up the dominoes, you just got to start to knock them down. Nomi peeks back through, hits a nice tap across. Oh, this is not what you want, though. For KONINA Power, it's really worst case scenario in terms of the getaway. You've got a vehicle to slightly give you some kind of protection to play around and at least get downhill fast. But Dino has a similar sort of story. Jumps in the car, sprints up for the peak, making up for past mistakes as Dino just decimates them. In this instance, he is the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs, but he's wiping everyone else out. Effect, though, goes down as Tenshik re-instigates it. Alpha trying to scrap now, Blank.
Yeah, you got to respect that coming from Dino. Whether or not we think that he's the right lad for the squad right now, that was a pretty strong play from him. I don't think KONINA Power saw that one coming at all. Our Major Pride can set themselves up towards a nice endgame. Again, this is the terrain-based gameplay. This is where Alpha team starts to thrive a little bit, but Nomi's got a bead on. Does see over towards them. Like you said, bird watching earlier, drops out the binocs, will hone in on that team's position. Pulls out the hunting rifle to get it finished.
He's not doing it for the scrapbook. Man's not taking pictures. He's taking shots, it seems. Connection onto Xipa. He's down on his last legs. Tenshik, again, has to scurry on over and look for the revive to get him back in the game and revitalizing Some looting going on as well for effect. So he's armed with a big old gun, ready to let it rip in terms of the damage downhill now. Couldn't have gone any better in terms of bolstering their already strong firepower into a situation like this. And again, it's just the two solos that you've got from Dagestan and TUNA that are basically playing the longevity of this one, waiting to strike when there's a golden opportunity to see if you can nip into it, maybe steal away the odd pick, steal away the odd slightly higher placement. For Alpha, they're thinking about the optics of this game. How do we play this one to win it? Every time they try and look to kick off a fight blank, something goes wrong for them.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about earlier in the sense that when we saw Alpha win these games before, it's when they took a really hard split, when they were confident in their split as well. Immediately, Major Pride hears that, will send directly in. Reflect is now down. Mantha in desperately low too.
They're pushing in. The nades getting thrown all across the place now, detonating left, right, and center. That one's on the money. Alpha down to 2, being left black and blue by this damage the utility is doing to them. Shifu, though, spots a window, tries to creep in through the back to see if he can chip away at them, but instantly they catch it.
He's
not getting past them that quick, mate.
They're so hungry for the elimination as well. Tenchik does throw one back, though. It's a decent one up towards Effect. Luckily, they have central zone, but losing a player is not good. Dino has to pop off here with the MG3. He's been absolutely fantastic so far, but another one's down. They're down to 2 players on Major Pride. Make that one as Alpha starts to bring things back. Naomi in a difficult spot right now. Not a single elimination to his name and only 1 nade available. 15 eliminations, nothing to scoff at here.
That's absolutely outrageous. The fact that Alpha are able to pull this one back from the jaws of defeat just sheerly off of his own utility plays, it's crazy. But don't forget, Dagestan has still got a card in the game here. That Shifu that's shifting his way around, trying to stay out of trouble. Naomi's got a lot of pressure on him here, having to fight uphill whilst being peeked on. Shifu strikes from the sidelines, takes the headshot on the Naomi. Major Pride are gone, and now it's all on Alpha to snatch the crown from Dagestan and lock this one in, and that's just what they'll do. They shut it down in the end, picking up the chicken dinner. It's Alpha.
What a game from them. I mean, that end was really difficult for them, honestly. I think Major Pride takes a bit too much of an overconfident play, whereas Alpha Team just bears down that one position, realizing there's still solos, there's still duos inside this match. And I think Major Pride, considering where those players were, I think they take a bit of a too wide of a split in that end game. We've talked about before how that has come back to bite them, but they were feeling it, man. And all respect to them. They got in third, 15 eliminations. It is a good result for Major Pride.
No, it is. It's probably just one of those where they're going to be frustrated thinking, we probably could have had that. We probably could have grabbed that game. But the difference of clean utility usage and smart comms there from Alpha going to get them the chicken dinner. So let's get back to the desks and let's break this one down.
Finally, an Alpha win on the board here on Miramar. They get themselves the victory in Phase 2, even though it was looking kind of scary because Major Pride was looking cool, Max.
Yeah, I was expecting the Major Pride to get themselves the win here. I was even calling like 20 elims because of their position. But as Jackie said there at the end, I feel like they're going to be beating themselves over this game, thinking, it could have been our chicken dinner, but they put a little bit too much effort, a little bit too big a split onto Dagestan. An Alpha Team, as we know, they can be confident in these finishing moments, were willing to punish that, get access to the high ground, and in a circle like this, especially with third-person perspective, there's not much you can do against that, so Major Pride does go out a little bit too early in third place when it could, I really think, been a chicken dinner. But yeah, 21 points on the board here for Alpha Team. That's going to push them up higher on that first page.
Yep, not too bad at all. And we have ourselves looking down towards 9th through 16th. And for some of these teams, they got caught up in the turmoil, I want to call it here. Like Titan, for example, who I predicted, I mean, there was just way too many teams around them. I didn't really account for that. How do you get out of that situation when all of those teams, they're not shifting, they're not moving away, they are just going to hold you out? So that was a little bit of an oversight on my part here, Max. A rare admittance of wrongdoing.
Yeah, I mean, they could have got out of that position in a casket. That was the only way you're going to escape that position.
Okay.
Because it's just in a dip. You got Major Pride in particular, which I really love how they are sweeping edge of circle in really tough terrain at that. Major Pride really have excelled today at clearing those spaces. Almost 3.4k damage on a Miramar with a conversion of 16 limbs. That is one pop-off and a half.
You know, I feel like we've had way more of this season compared to any other season, where a lot of these teams are doing like 3k, 2.7k, 3.4k. You know what I mean? Like, that's an insane impact on the lobby, and we're seeing it more and more as time goes on in the region.
Yeah, like a good game is about 2k damage if you win a game or something.
Yeah.
But doing 3 to... I think we had a 3.8k damage game at one point, no? We really are getting record-breaking games in terms of limbs, damage, etc. So the teams that are at the top seem like a lot more willing to control these circles and a lot more punishing with teams around them. So yeah, Major Pride really have excelled a lot more. And I feel like I must stop being too critical of having black-white play all the time. We saw some big pop-offs from Dino today. With that MG3, like, he was really putting in the work for his squad. So you know what, Dino? I'm impressed. You can stay on the team.
Okay. Oh, that's nice of you. Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights. Max's seal of approvals now there. Woohoo. But, I mean, looking at how Alpha Team's played this out as well, I mean, in the last, 16 games before today, they had themselves 6 podium finishes, like seconds and thirds, but weren't really able to round things out. So it's exciting to see them be able to finally get themselves a win on the board after, you know, it did feel like Major Pride might have got overstepped the position slightly on their opponents, but for Alpha to finally convert is very exciting.
That's the mark of a really strong team to me, is understanding when a team is doing a mistake and how you can turn that to your advantage. I mean,
Yeah,
you're going to see in the replays here that the instant Major Pride start to overstep their position, going downhill to clear the entirety of Dagestan, that is the exact moment they pull the trigger, start to go uphill against them. This is the moment. Actually, yeah, Dino, this is one of the plays with the MG3. I really enjoyed how he was just able to spray transfer that one. But yeah, Alpha Team waiting on their compound for the longest time, and then they take access to this high ground position in particular. And Mandarin, we mentioned his name multiple times, Kalaris, as being one of the standout players for Alpha Team. And that angle in particular really made sure that there was no way that win was going to escape their grasp. So yeah, I like Alpha Team, and seeing them play as a pack like in this game is really what enables them to reach the late game and secure these big wins.
So Nomi gets himself 1,000 points of damage on the board, but Dino with the MG3. I think one of my favorite guns to use in PUBG Mobile, if I'm perfectly honest with you, because you reload that thing, and you're good to go for ages.
Blasting.
You're good to go for so long, especially if you get an opportunity to lie down, right? I mean, of course, in a lobby like this, you're not going to get that opportunity, but when that bipod comes out and the stability that you have on it, I love the MG3. It's awesome.
Yeah. What do you call it? The Dashstol Cannon, I think also would be a good way to...
Dashstol Cannon!
Yeah, pretty good way to describe.
There's lots of big cannons in PUBG Mobile, apparently. But let's take a look at those overalls. 200-point mark has been reached by Major Pride up at the top. They're kind of making that gap between themselves and MADBULLS look fantastic. Gladiators has one game in hand with an opportunity to try and do a little bit of catching up here, Max, but Major Pride's looking awesome.
Yeah, Gladiators have had their break game. This was this match over here on Miramar, so they're going to play the next 2 matches. Major Pride are off this next match, so we can expect that gap to close just a tad, and MADBULLS will be missing out on the last game of the day. So yeah, Gladiators, they're going to be on a tear possibly for these next 2 matches to close that gap with the 1st and 2nd place teams, though the MUERTE still staying relevant. And Alpha Team climbing up now. They are just shy of Titan Gaming's position in top 5. I would love to see them up there. I really think that if they do avoid doing these massive splits that got punished so many times in the past, they can keep on climbing the leaderboard. So good to see them get success here, and hopefully they can keep going down that path of just staying stuck together a bit more.
Man, I feel for Titan Gaming, alarm bells need to start ringing a little bit here. I mean, since the start of Phase 2, yeah, of course, you had an amazing start, but where is all of that consistency? They need to get more on the board here. But speaking of more on the board, not only do we have more games coming up, but we also have a TDM coming along here as well for our casters. So Jackie and Blank, take it away.
The team deathmatch, karate chop, coming at you quick, swift, over the top. You're not ready for it, were you, Blank? Didn't expect that. Thought maybe I'd go for a middle chop. I went for a top chop.
Top chop into the Tiger Fist. It's what's necessary a lot of times. We're going to have a bit more of a horned battle here with MADBULLS coming in versus the SHOCKWAVE, which can stamp their feet stronger in this match. It's match number 11. We have a couple more before we head towards the quarterfinals, but we have a lot of this locked in. We have at least 3 of them sorted. But yeah, 2 really, really big teams. I think SHOCKWAVE has probably had the most hot drops so far out of the entire lobby. So they're used to going for the TDMs.
No, they definitely should be warmed up coming into this one. Like in terms of some of the fights we've been seeing them take on the regular in the the grand scheme of things in the real battleground, you'd hope it bodes well. But mate, if there's one thing that we have to say here, it's just the MADBULLS are unbelievable at fragging. I think that's one of the elements that takes them so much further in games. They wouldn't be this team without that ability to just jump on you, dogpile, and hit all their shots, right? You've got Zerich, you've got TUNA. I mean, the whole damn team, really, Blank, can just deliver at any given time. So this should be their bread and butter. This whole game mode is just about shooting.
Yeah, I mean, their whole team is centered around fraggers, but it is currently 2-0. Right now, SHOCKWAVE are doing well. We did preface that with the fact that SHOCKWAVE is a bit of a TDM team anyway. They've got GG Not GG in, as well as Wagnazada, Aza playing, as well as Scars, who is actually fairly decent. Do get their first elimination for MADBULLS coming through. Still, the scoreline looks a little bit awkward for MADBULLS. Can't quite get these eliminations on card. 3-6. Frozen luckily keeping things in check for the team.
It was a bit topsy-turvy on the shotgun cam that we were seeing, but at least there's been a bit of a reset. Armed here, just waiting for the peacock, playing on the off angle. Frozen is just going to be holding. He's trying to basically lock down this half of the map. I kind of like the way they're playing this. This is the first time we've actually seen a bit more of a structure in TDM in terms of the angles they're playing, Blank. They're just playing for map control specifically and holding choke points. So this is actually quite nicely set up from them. I mean, the downside is they're not winning. They are losing the game right now by 6 elims.
Yeah, that is the kind of problematic scenario. You've got players spawning in behind you. So I did like that from MADBULLS with the way they were setting it up. They had players just watching down towards door, and then you had a player that's just going to sneak out with a shotgun each time. But with SHOCKWAVE being able to gain that lead nice and early, things are starting to look a little bit awkward for MADBULLS. It is going backwards and forwards, but SHOCKWAVE is consistently keeping this lead. Zerich going down as well. That's 6 eliminations now found. This is where it starts to get a bit difficult. You need sort of a miraculous performance from MADBULLS where they just stampede out, start finding a ton of eliminations, because right now we're just getting trades, and trades will just lead to the 40 scoreline here for the boys on SHOCKWAVE.
Yeah, if they keep playing it like this, they'll be laughing all the way to the bank, because right now they're just mopping them up like a spilt drink. It's easy. It only requires 1 sheet, it seems. 16-24 being the split on the total tally. Lots of damage done to the MADBULLS once again, as you can just see him getting farmed by SHOCKWAVE. Up close and personal with a shot. He wanted to introduce TUNA to Big Papa Pump, but he doesn't like it. He says no on that one. Sprays back and shuts down another man. And they're actually closing the gap somewhat now. Only the difference of 5 between them, so it's still there. It's still recoverable, especially with them doubling up.
Yeah, going for the grouping now, I actually really like that. As soon as we start seeing these players on a team, playing off one another, taking the side swipes, this is what they needed. 25-27 actually is decent right now for MADBULLS, because they've closed that gap. They've remained alive. Blike returns to at least 70% HP. 27-28, Frozen tries to get something done here because SHOCKWAVE attempting to bring it back. But certainly still doable now for MADBULLS. It looked like it was just out in the distance. Too far away to run to.
But now, it's just on the precipice of them being able to bring it back. But slugs are being served up, slapped into the face of MADBULLS. They're seeing red, but they can't control this rage. They've still got to get control of the game here. TUNA, half HP, forced further back. Aza blows away Flike as well. All-out aggression displayed towards middle. Will they be muddled up on this one as they get massacred on the push? Wagnazada ready for the close quarter shot as well. Punishes Blank as he wants to finish it right here, right now. And being only 2 frags away, surely this is SHOCKWAVE's game.
And look at this, MADBULLS will just take the final elimination here away from themselves. Shockwave played a fantastic game. Aza the Laser, 14 eliminations, blazing his way through the MADBULLS themselves. Crazy game. I did not expect that one to happen. I mean, for the guys on MADBULLS, you say it yourself, you know, they were berserking towards that middle of the match, but the fatigue hit them strong, man. And at that point, they just seemed like they were a bit exhausted. Too difficult to continue.
I suppose, you know, carrying a lot of weight around, like being a bull, it probably would tire you out. There's only so much sprinting at full speed to try and spear someone with your horns you can do, and it's a shame. In all seriousness, though, it was nice, at least in terms of the setups, but that will only get you so far. For Shockwave, they go further, moving on to play the winner of either SBG or Dark Project. I like the fact, Blank, we're only one game away from kind of filling out the bracket now as well, and then getting into those upper bracket games, right? Seeing how far this is going to take us.
It's satisfying my brain, that's for sure. You know, I need that. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. One more, and I'll feel a lot better just before we head over towards the semi-finals. But yeah, really, really decent. Some of these team death matches have been actually a little bit fun to watch, to engage with. Hello, what happened to you?
I thought we were going in. I was getting in casting mode. I have a little flex, you know. I wasn't ready.
You tried dark mode. What happened?
Well, look, I turned my light off. I have a bit of a flex. That's how I cast, all right? Permanently flexed.
Oh my god, it's terrifying.
That was kind of like a jump scare to be honest.
That really was.
It did panic.
I was about to go to cast mode as well, but that's just me like leant back over the back of the chair. But yeah, I don't just fully recline, turn off all the lights in the room. You know, that is.
Look, Blank, it's very hot in the Netherlands, all right? Like that's all. It's just very warm. And the lights are hot. You know, light, heat, they're the same thing.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm just too lazy to turn the lights off. That's my big issue. It will definitely come back to me in a dark room if that wasn't the case. But over towards this match, which will not be so dark for some of these teams. You know, the hope is there for Gladiators in particular, who have braved the top side of the table just a bit more, braved some of these rotations too. Tixi, again, further down towards the south side, which is nice to see considering Aza does constantly try and check him in the early game. Looking over towards that Painan region, you've got Titans and KASIK once again. You imagine it's going to pop off, Jackie?
You know, I hope it does. That's what I'm hoping for. I'd love to have that repeat of the fight once again, right? Because it's one of those where their drop spots just line up. We saw it time and time again for Titan or Sanhok when we were watching the EU versus Africa clash, where they were forced to fight for their drops early. They weren't given them for love nor money, and I like that we're seeing KASIK at least taking that to them. Last time, right, it was an interesting bout. It had us really hyped up in terms of the opening game when we opened it on Sanhok. So curious to see how that one's going to go when the dust has settled. It seems like at the minute they're just trading blow for blow.
Yeah, I think Titans are a bit irate, the fact that some of these teams have allowed KASIK to get this ego on them again, because they have just been performing really quite well in a lot of these matches so far, Jackie. And I think that's the thing that they needed to come back to dropping over towards Painan. Losing English earlier, though, like this is not ideal. And it might just be a case that KASIK's like, look, we tried the Painan drop. Titans, they are just too good in the early game, though. We're going to have to cease on that one. PERMITTA once again trying to take it against some of the bigger squads in the lobby. MADBULLS, although they lost their TDM, not likely to lose to PERMITTA on an early game push like that.
I do wonder what level of it is as well, where like imagine in the mind of the Titan sort of voice comms, where you're just like, are they really just gonna keep trying to take our drop spot off us? Like, is this just happening every time? Is this what this is now? Because they never give it up. They're not one of these sides that will ever concede. They will always fight for this tooth and nail, time and time again. Even if, you know, current scoreline wise, KASIK team are 1-0 up in terms of winning control of this. So I wonder where it'll end up when the cards start to hit the deck on it. Obviously, we lost English, and there was a trade back on the side of Titan as well. They've lost one of their players, a little bit green around the gills in terms of the setup early. Looks like it's actually Old Boy that's gone down for them. They've lost the old man himself, Blank. He's wandered off into the park, never to be seen again.
Yeah, just retired. Sad. Sad, but I think that he did play a blinder of a game last time on Sanhok on the outside, take down KASIK team. But you're right. I think the main thing you spoke about there is the fact that Titans will just not concede this spot. I don't think Titans will ever leave from their drop spots. It's going to be the onus of KASIK team to actually leave this one, head somewhere else. And I think that a Painan drop like this, it can comfortably hold two teams, right? You can hold on either side, and a lot of times the way we do see this being played out, at least in international tournaments, is you'll see one team over towards the northern edge of Painan, one team on the southern edge, you know, just on either side of the rivers. And both teams can effectively leave from that position without ever having to take shots at one another. It's just interesting to me that we see KASIK as well as Titans dropping on the same side a lot of times. They lose one player. Is it really worth it, considering Sanhok is now no longer a smaller part of the map pool? It's played the equal amount to every other map. I think one of these teams has to make a decision, and I don't think it's going to be Titans.
I can tell you for a fact it won't be. They're not giving this up. You know, they genuinely, I think, at this point are so subscribed to the idea that it's theirs, they deserve it, they're the better squad. And I mean, honestly, some of those points probably are true, but you've got to prove that time and time again, right? And that's the only thing, is you set yourself up to potentially lose out earlier into games on Sanhok, where this is a map I would expect Titan to go really far on blank. This is one of the maps that I would actually say I prefer watching them all on out of the whole map pool right now. And they're probably not able to play those sort of games if you're investing so much early game. It's always having to fight for those drops, where it could be the difference of loot alone that decides you playing out a full game with either a free stack or a full squad. So it's something maybe to look at. Obviously, KASIK team, though, look, they're no strangers to just putting everything in the same basket as well. So I guess it's just if one of them decides to have a change of heart at any point, or this is something we could be seeing from here on out with these two guys.
Yeah, I think for KASIK team and Titans, if this continues, like you say, you're just essentially giving yourself a bit of a debuff at the start of the game, you know, adding on those ankle weights. It's not easy to work around with, and especially when you got to move up towards this northern side now. This is one of the map rotations that you'd want to just have 4 players stay out a lot of the action, keep your head down, and then start to make some plays towards that end game. So for Titans, for KASIK team, difficult roads ahead for them. With the longer they spend here in Painan, the more time it gives for PERMITTA, for Alpha team, for Vulgar to rotate ahead of them, alongside with MADBULLS. Never an easy position to be in. Again, this circle is kind of a difficult one additionally, because actually sending over towards this western side, it could happen. So a lot of teams are trying to bank on where they want to play. Do we hold some of the stronger compounds on the eastern edge of the main island? Do we try to set ourselves up around these shallow areas of the water so we can instantly cross to the northwest island itself? Not easy decisions with this one.
No, not at all. Not at all. Nothing's going to come your way for free, basically. You're really going to have to put your best foot forward and roll with the punches in some of these instances, I think, with how it's starting to shape up. Always rough, isn't it? Just see your friends driving by on the bike. Everyone's happy, getting out with the blue. You know you've got to sprint for another 10 minutes. Not the dream. It's
a problem. You have to try and find a vehicle on your way out, which is never the situation you want to be in. I would hate for that to happen. I've hated that it has happened to me in the past. Sanhok, though, it's just the way it goes. It's a lot of trekking. Luckily, it is a slightly smaller map, though, so the trek isn't as long as some of our other maps like Miramar, as well as Erangel. Looking down towards the south side, though, Titans finally do make their exit from Painan. They're going to head up towards the Crossroads compound and further up towards boot camp. Most likely rotate on that western side, keep themselves in cover over on the cliff edges, maybe have a little peek towards some of the compounds on the northwest island. Probably would be one of their more comfortable rotates to go for. So I think right now for Titans, the hope is that this is a Northwest Island finish, but that is a cruel circle. Heads up towards that northern edge, huge amount of water still in play and undecided on the location where it's going to end. So gambling now is sort of the big name of the game.
You've got to roll the dice. You've got to risk it. See what you can pull out with this one. Look at everyone swarming already, realizing that they've got to get ahead of things here and start rotating around up towards Hatin side and get set up here with the new zone. Gladiators already breaching in quite early and getting themselves into position. Meanwhile, we tune in with the Titans. Havlik lighting them up. PERMITTA going down early as two of them suffered from the close quarters engagement, but you've got one on the side up towards the ridge here. Maybe there's some room to deal damage. With Havlik on his last legs, that means there's only 2 players available to fight for Titan right now. They seem to have a rough idea of the angle. That's given the game away though. Few bullets downrange, connecting to the back. He's got a heal, and it will give a little bit of time for Titan to go for the revive onto Havlik.
Yeah, this has got a long way to go though, and no vehicles to do it with. PERMITTA did rock up on this with a couple of bikes as well, so there's potential to steal those off of them, get further into the circle, but they need to finish the fight off quick. Luckily, just sneaks left remaining. NEXUS does move over towards where KONINA Power are playing. We've seen NEXUS make this move a fair few times outside of Cow, tries to catch some teams off their guard as they rotate down towards this dockside edge. Becker will get burned. Great Molotov over towards the wooden platform, means that it will burn for longer and further.
Redox, he wants to go in. You can see he's just edging on the side, getting ready to try and hit him with a surprise face. Meanwhile, Doran dashes out, more utility burning brightly on this one as the dreams of PERMITTA go up in a puff of smoke, finished off. NEXUS with some space, you'd think, to breathe, but off Haze, lurking behind the rock, peeks up and lays the smackdown onto them, taking out the first man as Redox. He's on his last legs, forced to scurry back, looking for another peek as well, trying to get a read on this one.
Yeah, it's a great shot from off Haze. A really nice beginning for them, gives them time to reset this one. Dark Project, though, have been out in the boat for quite some time. They're moving in from the northern edge right now, Jackie, over towards this position, trying to watch where's going to be a strong spot to end up in. And I think that for them, swimming slowly but surely towards the circle, waiting for this next one to pop, could be the smart decision, because they realistically could rock up just outside Hattin, pick up the docks there, then move over towards the cliff face and play off the little rocky outcrops that are in that area. So Dark Project, there is a lot of options ahead of them. Curious to see what they do next. In the meantime, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on the outside edge and making their way into the circle itself. And with there being the massive river that goes through the center of this circle itself, as well as 50% being water, there's just not enough space here, Jackie, for so many teams.
There really isn't. And it's interesting because I was watching here in terms of the rotation on our map feed, seeing what we were going to be working with KASIK team and Titan. If there was a potential timeline where once again they sort of duke it out and see if they can try and fight for control of the supply drop here, tussle for it maybe to get themselves back in closer towards the zone. Zone adjusts now. In terms of the spacing, removing a lot of the water that was available to play with for Dark Project, so they swim a little bit closer up the coastline. That's also where Off Haze has doubled back to. He's given up rock control and is now just playing inside of the building, looking to take the fights down towards Nexus. Has to be careful with rotating here though. You know, you're completely exposed inside of the water. If they get contact onto you, it's just going to be bullets down range, splashing their way into you. He opts to try and tuck in behind the boat. They might have their attention taken away by Dark Project. This could actually save him purely on the fact that he can use them as the bait and then look to third party late if there's a chance to.
Yeah, go for the backstab or just creep in behind on the circle as much as possible. But this does feel like a bit of a commit towards the eastern side. Gladiator is actually going to send far down towards the south, and I wonder if they're going to head across the shallow area of the river towards boot camp and maybe just make a full eastern rotation. There's tons of teams there, but I do think probably the smart choice as opposed to going across the bridge. That's basically a death sentence. You have a higher chance fighting against 6 teams on the eastern side than you do getting across this bridge. Nexus have lost a ton of players though here, Jackie. Octavian's down and Dark Project are in.
Okay. You've got to focus some of your assets on getting Octavian back up, really, and it gives a window of opportunity. But look at this. MADBULLS again on the move, driving past the territory of SBG. Ooh, lucky. Encroaching slightly further forward there with a vehicle, blocks off the angle that Navallo was setting up for. He wanted to take pot shots into the back of MADBULLS, but a man known for taking bold peeks, it's Erich, and he's just swinging through the window already, gunning for an opening pickup here towards VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, I like this spot from Zerich right now, as well as the MADBULLS just in general. It's a smooth little cross from them. Kabali gets up on tight. We'll find out aces from Dark Project. That's them now out. But yeah, it's a nice spot from MADBULLS. Now they're going to head further down towards this western side. Maybe try and clear up VIRTUS.PRO, but Elementrix already a little bit of that backhand action slapping away the MADBULLS as they get into contact with them. He's lost little to no HP, and it's starting to go a little bit dire here for the MADBULLS versus VIRTUS.PRO.
MADBULLS up close and personal with VP. Shotguns pulled out for either side. Frozen, too cold to hold. Strikes first and silences Elementrix, winning out in the battle of the elements there, it seems. He's able to get towards the backside, has a vehicle for the quick getaway and some heals in the back pocket. Barrels over the cliff instantly, a risky maneuver for the fast getaway. Furious as you like. And Beck realizing he's too far gone here.
Yeah, he's going to just drop it back a little bit right now for VIRTUS.PRO. They need to think about getting over towards this northern edge of the circle because we have popped once again, and NEXUS have strong control of this location. I'd like to just quickly point out that Gladiators actually did make that full rotation down towards bootcamp underneath, and they managed to get towards where currently SBG are playing. They're going to head further towards the circle itself. KASIK team currently going up against No Mercy Warriors. There's a lot popping off on the map right now.
There's a lot going on in general. This fight is constantly just throwing more and more curveballs at us. KASIK team starting to get finned here. Unicorn had a hell of a peek from behind the rock, but he's forced off of his angle. And waiting for the contact will be No Mercy Warriors just lurking downside. Meanwhile, you get the connection onto Unicorn. That's going to knock him. And this is rough now. Up close with the SMG in a 1v2. Not much that can be done. Force the fighter around the wall. They double peek him. Hits on the first, but can't double up.
It's not easy, and KASIK goes down. Kitsune will get knocked, so will Tixi. Bad news. This is just destruction for the Gladiators as they try and set themselves up to take down Vulgar. That is unfortunate for them. It's such a good rotation as well, straight past SBG, but I don't think they spotted them or expected this push. Now just two players. Very difficult to get both of them back up again.
Yeah, this is going to be awkward, really, to recover from. Right now, though, we see some damage coming in favor of Vulgar. It's actually, they're starting to strike back on this one. Winning out on their encounter. KONINA power go down as well. Foopes, man, continues the pressure that's mounting on SBG. So the gorilla being contained right now by Foopes, man and co. He's going super Foopes, and you could never contain him when he goes that hard. NEXUS in a good spot to try and recover from it, though, is Doran's on the move with the rest of the team. And SBG, they've had to give up so much space, feeling uncomfortable after being manhandled by Foopes.
I mean, he is just absolutely going in there. Yeah, the super Foopes, he changes color and everything. His aura just starts to really threaten in the presence of other teams. NEXUS is going for some driving around right now, looking over towards the Nameless, trying to get rid of them so they can maintain control over this ridge on the northern side. A really strong position to play from. Vulgar tries to take some shots, but Takimi, he hits the deck, will be taken down. 7 eliminations so far found for the guys over towards Vulgar, but losing Takimi is a bit of a threat for them. NEXUS, for the distance, still holding strong. Really good plays from them. They will be down to 3 players, but the amount of space that they now contain, they now hold, and it's difficult to get over towards them. They're in a very good spot to win here. You can see why Maxman and Claris both picked them as their winners of this match.
Oh, unlucky in terms of the timing for the nade as well. Invested so much on getting the med kit off to have some HP to bolster your stature, and then you just eat a nade that blows you off your legs anyway. Foopes, man, though, pulling up to the party. If that one would have been on the money, that would have been absolutely huge. You could have blown away the MADBULLS in a matter of seconds. It's a 1v2 effectively that he's been able to isolate here. Just dashing nade after nade, but Frozen, the worst case scenario is if he closes the gap. If he can get up close, that's where he's so crisp, so clean, but he's been blown away by Foopes, man, that's making plays that are obscene. Shuts them both down and takes out MADBULLS.
Goodness me, he's got to go even further though and soldier on. Trooper Foopes making his way through this game. Nexus over towards that northern edge, still trying to hold this angle, this triangle. No Mercy Warriors might have been a real big threat to them, but they spot out at least one player, so have an idea of where that rotation's coming in from. They've got a lot of space to control right now, Jackie. They're doing it fairly marvelously as well. Watch Me and Marlow have to keep moving in. And VIRTUS.PRO from their location down towards that south side, it's been pretty much locked off from a lot of other teams. Matic, though. Wait, what? Matic? He's been here for a while. Only just makes his way out of the blue into the circle. Gladiators into the top 4 off the back of that. He has to run all the way in. Will he make it? Just about, Jackie.
Oh, the arch nemesis of Super Foopes. It's Major Matic as he survives the damage done from the blue, but it's activated something inside him to set him up to try and steal away some points in our heroic bout here. A few squads left, taking it out to try and shut things down, and Matic strikes against Beck. Traded out by Wait, though. He's finally gone.
I mean, man, I actually sort of felt like he was going to get another elimination there, or at least another knock, but good backstop play from Wait on that side. Kapahala being down up front does leave Nexus now in an awkward spot. How many nades does Doran have? So a quick check. So does my... Oh, I missed it. How many nades did he have? Do you know?
I didn't see how many nades the man's
Just
packing.
the one. Just the one on Octavian.
There you go. 10 on Doran.
Yes,
That's what you wanted.
Oh, that's what I wanted to see. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to send them all over the top. We were saying earlier, the new class, Fury the Grenadier, but we've also got Doran the Grenadier as well. Opting in for that one. Nade over the top from Beck, but it's weak compared to the 10 nades in the back pocket of Doran.
Thing is, he's not playing the class, mate. He is the weapon. He's the human grenade launcher, and we've seen that proven with some of the games this week in the past. Will he keep it explosive, though? Will he keep it exciting? That's a question that only time will tell, as right now we're starting to cut our way through what is left here in these last few moments of the game. You can see Octavian set up inside of the compound, has a bit of a better angle to peek from in terms of the elevation. Meanwhile, VP further down inside of the water, lurking in the blue. It's Watch Me, who's just trying to stay out of trouble for as long as possible. But he's got to basically stalk VP and then get stuck into the fight in the last few moments. If he wants the chance to steal away a bit of a second place on this one, has to be close to the action to look to deal damage.
Yeah, it can certainly be the big problem here. Nexus, they don't have a lot of time. I'm kind of curious what right now we're seeing from Doran as well as Kapahala on his top side. Realistically, they need to sit outside the blue and run down towards Octavian himself, but instead they're going to play this angle. I don't think this is a very strong angle at all. They've got no smokes to work with. Doran wants to wait for the end game when these players have to get a little bit closer and he can just start the bombardment, lay down the carpet bomb towards VIRTUS.PRO. Oh, they had a vehicle. I missed that. It was green. Forgive me.
They're on the move. The speedy vehicle keeping them safe for now, at least. Kapahala limited in terms of utility, offensive or defensive. Hasn't really got much to work with in terms of keeping himself topped up with a HP as well. So last-ditched attempts when it comes down to some of these fights. You're going to be giving it all or nothing, realizing you don't have too many fallback plans to play with. Octavian, he's been the early warning system. He was the tripwire on this one, waiting for it to kick off. Meanwhile, Doran taking some fantastic peeks with the off angles, peeking underneath the bottom of the shack and looking to get a bullet off onto VP.
This is where it can start, Jackie. Circle moves over towards Nexus. VIRTUS.PRO have to move in, but you're essentially going to have to combat versus the landmines that Doran's going to set upon you. 4 nades here for Wait. Marlow takes a quick, big gulp of breath as he hits the surface. I think they've got an idea. Wait will spot him out now.
Yeah, it seemed like they had contact on this one. Wait was in a perfect location. His crosshair was almost directly on him. Went for the stim, has since given up the spacing. Finally, it's contact found onto Watch Me, but it's actually Doran that's able to snatch that. So extra elim under the belt, and it puts us into the final clash then. Both squads remaining with VP feeling the pain. Kapahala blows away the first. Beck, he's been busted wide open, and it's not looking good with just Wait potentially waiting for this one to end as the chicken dinner is edging further closer to Nexus snatching it.
Wait now, last alive, just drowning out in the water. No breath, no oxygen. Doran, this is where the nades come into effect. Going to send them through, but I'm pretty sure he's just going to take the L to the blue. Nexus with themselves a nice chicken dinner from Cal. Control that location. Very essential. They have that heavy split there, Jackie, but the chicken dinner goes to them in the end. I'm just sad because we didn't see the lob of 10 grenades.
They had so many nades in the back pockets. I'm glad it's not a one-time trend, though. It means that they're being used an awful lot. We just didn't need to see them thrown this time around because the gun skill was clean, the rotations were really nice, and all in all, Nexus, you're going to be proud of yourself for that one. This is great. Nexus winning games again, blank. We've wanted this for a while. I'm glad it's starting to come back.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where we see that Nexus can take strong positions and are very good players, but this needs to change in the sense of you shouldn't need a circle to move up towards Cow where they make a distance run of about maybe 500 meters, and that's it. We need better rotations.
We do indeed. We do indeed. You know, that'll be the only change really that'll probably make it even better for them. But that's the way the cookie crumbles on that one. A Nexus chicken dinner as they lock it down. Let's get back to the desk and talk about Nexus.
There they are. They are able to get the victory here on Sanhok. They didn't have to move a whole lot here in this game. A whole lot, but it will be them being able to be victorious against a threat of Virtus.PRO moving in from that west side. Max joining me to talk about this one. Nexus looks good.
Yeah, definitely not the top travelers of this game, I can tell you that much. We'll have to see how that's going to pan out on the stats. But now 22 points on the board for them, 12 elims, good rotation away from Kao, and they had good access to the high ground to allow them to apply pressure on a lot of teams that were trying to cross the river or get to that high ground in the first place. So they did have some really good presence there, though. I gotta say, good job from Virtus.PRO. Like, they have been a little bit silent recently, but the way they've been able to try and punish Nexus, because they've been holding on to, I think, a very egregious split Kalaris for a long time, and they saw Octavian be in solo, they pushed up and carved a really big portion of the map in their favor. So good on Virtus.PRO going as far as they did on this match.
Let's be real, though. They also didn't need to move that far from their drop spot with the split across boot camp, the compounds north of it as well. So it's a great opportunity for these teams to really convert on a circle like this. Let's go look at our 9th through 16th as well. Not much going on for the most part. Titan comes out with yet another 4 eliminations because they do feel confident in those early skirmishes, early engagements. But again, yes. What does it matter if you're not able to get more on the board to try and compete with these very big names that are maybe doubling your points in a lot of these games, Max?
Yeah, and it's Titan just the same old of 4 eliminations, and we stop right there. We just get 1 squad wipe on the drop, and that's pretty much it. I was looking at the team stats, the player stats for Nexus, nice. And Doran is going to be up there. Though I do think, and I think you were agreeing on this point also, Kalash, that Redox could have maybe survived a bit long in this game instead of like fully committing on this fight versus the Nameless. I think you want to wait for the Nameless to push towards you instead of like actively trying to push them yourself. But they were still able to make some work with only Dorian, Kapahala, and Octavian. And they were able to get Kapahala back up, which I am surprised Virtus.PRO gave them that much room to do so. And after they got the res on Kapahala, Octavian facilitates that rotation downhill into the buildings. So there was some really strong teamwork and communication happening for Nexus in those last few moments.
Yeah, I was also a little bit surprised that they did lose Redox there. It could have been a bit easier. I mean, ultimately, from where the Nameless is coming in, if they're still just holding the buildings as well as maybe some south side of that hill that they've got, then they're almost certainly eventually going to have the Nameless just kind of walk into their lines of sight and then be able to deal with them that way. But no, they took the initiative and tried to kind of do some boogie plays, run them over and stuff like that. But Virtus.PRO down in those southwest compounds on the circle like this, going up against Vulgar boys who were over on the southeast side and actually held out teams for the most part like Gladiators, or at least kind of stifled their progression into the circle, because again, eventually Matic actually did get there. It just took quite a while.
That was an insane wide rotate. They went hard in initially, then boom, wrap around into Trifecta, then into the southern side of Tapmok. So that was one of the biggest blue zone rotates we've seen from this team so far. But as you said, Vulgar boys, good little bit of gatekeeping. I still want to see Vulgar boys a little bit quicker to pivot in those positions because they had easy access from Tapmok in that high ground. And I think if they do it earlier, They don't lose a player to TUNA. They remain as 4, and they can easily apply even more pressure on your Gladiators, on your SPG, and off the back of that, transition into fighting NEXUS. Even maybe fight NEXUS on their third party versus the Nameless. I feel like that was a great opportunity that could have arisen for Vulgar Boys, but they're just a little bit hesitant from time to time, and that's still something they need to try and work on for these following matches.
And here in the highlights, you saw a little bit of that Titan versus KASIK fight that was going down. In general, in Painan, when you're in those kinds of fights, I think Old Boy made a bit of a slight mistake there going on to... It's not a balcony, but it's like the roof of like the shed areas. And in general, those positions in a Painan fight are extremely vulnerable. You can get away with some roofs if you know that the back, like the hills that look down on Painan are kind of open and no one's there. But some of those shack roofs, they're a death sentence, man.
He tried to do a recap of the first Sanhok trade. He's like, it worked out the first time, second time, shame on you. And it didn't quite work as expected for Old Boy. But yeah, finishing fight. No Mercy Warriors were able to just snatch away a top 3, but it's not the cleanest podium finish, you'll say. You want to see a confident podium one day from No Mercy Warriors, but it's yeah. It's not much to add to that one.
I mean, I was going to be a little bit quirky again and almost went for the Nameless here because I want some of these teams that are having a harder time down towards the bottom, like your No Mercy Warriors that you were mentioning before. It's kind of why I went with them when they had lost the onus potential for a finish. I want 1 or 2 of them to get some wins on the board because it feels very top heavy about who's actually taking the wins away in this tournament at the moment, more so than ever before, I would say, Max, because usually we'd get a cheeky little win here and there by some of those teams down towards the bottom. It's not happening much at all this time around.
I remember I checked the leaderboards earlier. I think for the bottom 12 teams, they are all sharing about 3 chicken dinners total, which that is a super low number. It might be 4 now at this point, but it was 3 at the start of the day for the bottom 12. That is just such an awful ratio. I mean, we can check it now again to just prove it, right? But here, still not going to see NEXUS. That win was not enough to push them onto that first page. But yeah, Gladiators not quite able to close that gap with the MADBULLS after that match because that wide rotate, despite being original in the approach, it was going to be a tough rotation because of the lack of information once you rotate so late.
And VIRTUS.PRO continues to have a decent foothold on points earnings when it comes to Sanhok, and will be able to push themselves up to 8th place now here after having at least 7 elims during this game. They might have had themselves 8, I think, but regardless of the fact, they still look good in the jungle. Let's take a look through our 9th and 16th as well and see what's going on over there, as NEXUS will find themselves now in 9th place, moving down up against the Vulgar Boys, who did actually have a few points themselves in this game, to be perfectly honest, Max, but not enough to keep up with NEXUS.
Yeah, and look at this page, and as I said, it's not 3 now, it's 4 with that chicken dinner for NEXUS, but only 4 chicken dinners for all of the bottom 12 teams. Sometimes they do get to the late game, which we've seen that happen for your NEXUS, for your Vulgar Boys, your KONINA Powers, but when you go up against your MADBULLS, Major Pride, Gladiators, they are just so egregiously aggressive at zoning you away and making sure they do not give up their winning conditions. So that's something some of these teams can try and work on, but only 4 chicken dinners for the bottom 12, that's rough.
Speaking of 4, only 4 placement points for Dark Project across 19 games. That is disastrous. They really need to kind of tighten those bolts and get things going here, because again, Dark Project, I mean, for the most part, this is a team that I don't think we had, you know, in incredible expectations for, but we definitely didn't expect them to be as low as they currently are with a roster like this.
You have good players on a team like Aces, and especially Ivanesco, that was a top player back when he was playing in his previous team. So I was expecting him to at least be middle of the pack, maybe bottom of the first page, but this is definitely not as bad as I initially expected. So, I mean, there's still room for comeback, right? We've now passed the halfway point, but it's like, can I even qualify for the finals? At this point, I'm very doubtful that's going to happen.
It's going to be difficult. All right, well, big thank you to Monster. Grab a Monster Energy and get yourself good to go for gaming. You can go over to monsterenergy.com/gaming and check out everything that's going on there. Oh, with 2 hands, wow. Yeah. Oh, geez. Oh, very firm grip Max has here. But anyway, we've got a firm grip on our last game as we head on in, as Jackie and Blank are going to bring you the action.
I wish I had the grip strength of MaxMat, but these are things that we have to aspire to want, Blank. And I'll tell you what these teams are going to be aspiring for. The last chicken dinner of tonight's playday.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are going to be increasing grip strength by 20% here coming into this last game, just to really extend the advantage that they can get into this one. Major Pride would love to take one more win. MADBULLS not playing, a chance for Gladiators potentially to take away that second spot. Not far behind, 160 points right now, Jackie. It's not looking too bad. I think Gladiators, they do annoy me. They do annoy me as a team because it's kind of a case of, oh, the Gladiators aren't doing so well. And then like after maybe 3 games, like, they're in 3rd place again. What's happening? But a very reasonable playing path for us all here. Dead center, through the middle. Everyone's going to be able to get to where they want to be. And I think after that last game, though, Jackie, NEXUS, they played really well. But their rotation wasn't all that difficult. We can see that once NEXUS gets into the circle, a good game can be had for them. But for instance, you don't get a lot of mill to power finishes. You don't get a lot of cow finishes in Sanhok. Even on Miramar, you don't get a lot of Impala finishes. They're very much an edge team, but again, you have to get into the circle at some point, and for them, it always comes a little bit too late, or they haven't studied the rotational paths enough of some of these teams, and they get caught up on that rotate inwards.
It's interesting as well because it feels like they are at least getting a bit better in terms of getting ahead of themselves, whereas previously, you know, we kind of would sort of just use it as a gauging tool to be like, oh, okay, NEXUS still miles away from the zone, you know, and sort of always had that as a bit of a mental check to see how they were rotating, whereas today at least they've been kind of set up a lot more, a bit more earlier, you know, you can see the pace is a little bit quicker for them. And they're looking better in terms of the fragging capability, which is a boon for them. That's something that we know they can do. You know, a lot of love for the players on this roster. They've got a lot of name value to them, and we're seeing some of that on display rather than just being sort of, you know, an extra tidbit that we can talk about. So yeah, if they can iron out some of the kicks in terms of the rotations a little bit more, get it slightly more streamlined, then perhaps this could be a new start for NEXUS, which is what you'd want, mate. You know, climb it back up as far as you can go, but at least set yourself up to look confident, even just for the optics of next season going into next year, right? Because this is a roster you'd want to see sticking together.
Yeah, I think for NEXUS, they've had like these really highlight moments for them throughout the year. They've had some really big and quite impressive games in international tournaments, but they have been few and far between. This feels like the storyline of NEXUS a lot of times is that we'll see some massive games come out from NEXUS and you're like, wow, the potential is there. And then they will just dip off for quite a while, return to like a lower level of play, and then suddenly you get this massive game again. And obviously that's not the consistency that you want coming into a long form tournament like this, or even when you head over towards a short form tournament, because it's really just the luck of the draw, right, on the day, whether you get yourself a huge game or you don't, and then you're just going to lose that tournament. So for instance, like championships will be very difficult if NEXUS aren't playing on top form in those matches. So I think for NEXUS, it's definitely a lot to study, a lot to work on after this phase 2 finishes. They have a bit of a week off. We don't have the long, intense week of phase 2 where we have 3 matches into a day off, into 3 matches again. Erangel stats here for Major Pride, 6 eliminations average, and average damage of 1,800. It's very, very impressive for a map like this. And I think that, you know, just looking at Nomi in particular, oh, please tell me he doesn't go down. I wanted to talk about this guy. It's not a good start for me.
You were hoping to build up the storyline, you know, you wanted to bring the stats up, you wanted to give it the welly on this one, and he's just playing a game of Ring Around the Rosy. He's blank.
Oh, he escaped!
Saved?
He's out there.
Ah.
Oh, the rescue team came in, the ambulance, it rolled up. Lovely. He's still here. Oh, happiness. Overjoyed.
Oh man, there you go. That's some good news. And if you like even more good news, get over to our social media, of course. Links are up on screen now for both Instagram and YouTube. It will make Maxman happy, and for everyone that clicks follow, his grip strength increases by 5%.
It's true. At some point, he just breaks his mouse. It's very funny to watch. That's why
shattering.
He has like a lot of mouses in backup, in spare.
Multiple mice.
Yeah, true. Not mouses, mice. Very smart. Very
collective term for mice there. Yeah.
I don't do plurals. I've just decided. Give it up.
Just singular, but multiple. Singular, but you just do the little like parentheses and then the s.
Yeah, singular but add s.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I need. I think that for For Nomi, though, I did kind of want to bring up his stats here, but we just can't quite hold in on him right now, but I'm sure there'll be stats after this match. Potentially for even tomorrow, because I think it is a really big thing to talk about is Nomi currently 48 knockouts so far, and the closest second I think is around 32. And his damage, he has just broken into the 5 figures at 10,100, as opposed to the second best damage dealer in the lobby, 7,000. He is away and far above a lot of these other players in the lobby and really setting the pace as just this unbelievable fragger coming into this tournament. And he's kind of not the guy that we were going to focus on because we told the story of MADBULLS. They're split. It was a bit of a messy one. We had MADBULLS splitting up with Zerich as well as Fleek staying on that side, and we had Effect as well as Monkey, now Naomi, heading over towards Major Pride. They got a couple of new players in, Nomi and Dino, and they were sort of on the back foot a lot of times in their earlier games. Started to get a little bit better, but it always felt like Effect and Naomi were the ones leading the pack. And Nomi has just had such an unbelievable improvement in such a short amount of time. Like, the talent on this guy was untapped back in the day, and now Major Pride is finally tapping into it, and he's become a huge boon for the squad.
Lights out gameplay really from him, you know, especially in a few of the sort of crunch moments where you need someone to pick up a lot of the extra weight.
Yeah,
he's been looking really, really pristine. So I think that's been a huge part of just how far they've been able to send themselves through some of these games. This week's been great for them, at least I think, to go to show how far they can contend in the grand scheme again. You know, not even just here, but globally with PUBG Mobile. I think it really does prove that they're one of the squads to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, because Nomi was just born in the crunch at this point in time. It's so ridiculous. But I am enjoying it. Major Pride back into it as one of those formidable squads. We've been waiting for it for a while. And it always feels bad when you watch a team that had such amazing gameplay. Really was one of our brightest stars. Just taper off a bit. But it's nice to see them come back because I really didn't want a case where we had a case of, you know, Titans, Gladiators, MADBULLS. That was our top of the lobby. That's no longer a case. We have MUERTE also challenging. KASIK team's looking really good recently. We've got VIRTUS.PRO up there as well. NEXUS doing their best, as well as MUERTE too. So and Titans, of course. So I think that when I look at that, there really is a malleable podium finish, especially in the finals. It's not really going to be the case we go into it and be like, well, what we're really doing here is deciding who's going to be first out of these 3 teams. No, this time around, we've got some surprise factors. We've got some surprise faces coming into this tournament. It's going to be a very fun finals.
Oh, exactly, mate. I think that's going to be really the culmination of all the incredible things we've been seeing in terms of improvements of these teams across the board. Because it's not, like you were saying, you know, just 1 or 2 squads that have really been head and shoulders above the rest. It's everyone. It feels like it's been a rising tide that has brought all of the ships further up here. So the level of competition definitely improving. Quality of play is definitely improving. You know, you really could sit here and list off so many of the teams as well, because even Dagestan have been having some outrageous games in terms of the confidence, the way they've been playing it. We've seen more and more from KASIK team as well. Trofka alone has basically been making a case for himself in terms of being the MVP for that squad. So a lot of good takeaways from what we've had over this past week. It's been very interesting. If you've missed any of the games, I'd honestly recommend catching up on a few of them, because we had some absolute bangers. We had some for the history books as well in terms of eliminations and just ridiculous plays that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think even back in the day, like 24 eliminations was sort of, maybe it was 27. I think Max will be able to correct me on this. So I think that looking at that, 25 eliminations, 2 of those happening in 1 tournament, definitely something for the history books there that will be told in future over in PMPL EU tournaments. You get the circle that heads down towards the south side, towards Pachinki itself. You got yellows down towards the south, this little bit of rocky outcrop, the cliff faces. Bit difficult to play down there, and I think Alpha always is one of the first ones to head up towards that position. We'll have to wait and see where this does go, because it still could head further down towards the south, which makes it a little bit difficult. But with Pachinki in, There's reasonable area to just get stuck in towards this position, remain alive. I like this spot that Major Pride's currently playing on the eastern edge of the field, looking over towards Potato Hill. They've got a lot of time to identify targets coming from that eastern side, and they also have really nice shooting capability over towards any team that comes out from Pachinki. Just like to see the regroup if possible.
Don't go too over aggro, wind it in a little bit. Stay within at least the confines of the leash, but VP coming out swinging, aggressing onto NEXUS, of course, and trying to leave them stopped in their tracks so they can't kick up the same sort of fuss they had in the previous game, going the whole way to take the chicken dinner. We also saw the backstab from MUERTE, who are currently one of the 2 teams in the lobby that have taken any elimination points over the course of this one. It's been very calm, very steady, haven't had too many scraps at all. And this is at least setting us up for potentially a few of these fights. Bit of spacing between VP that could come back to haunt them, whilst NEXUS are moving around in close quarters positioning. Octavian going over to link up with the rest of the squad as well as they pull up to fight for control of this, it seems. Ooh, that's Wait being spotted blank. It's going to kick off quick.
Yeah, quickly, they do take at least one. Doran will go down from the angle off towards the side, and that's likely going to be a flush as well as Elementrix tries to get further into the mix here. Kapahale is out, done. And Elementrix finds himself behind them. Ruda is going to send up first over towards Redox. He's got a DBS towards a window. Likely NEXUS is now going to be down just to the 2. Nice nade towards the side. Will punch Octavian hard, but not quite knocked out yet.
Not fully gone, but at least on his last legs. Bullets being spammed around the corner as well. Hoping that you'll connect onto a peeking Redux, top of his head, barely on display there. Got a good understanding of the angles though. This is a cheeky one, a filthy cut angle to play in. They both pull pins on the nades. Dodges it, goes for the peek round, peeking over the broken wall as well. Hits one, but can't double down. Everything mounting on top of him there as he eventually will fall, and NEXUS go out in 16th place from first to dead last.
It's a fall from grace, man. So I'm talking about is that Sanhok, that was a little bit of a map where I thought to myself, you look, NEXUS is a good team, but they require the circle to bless them a lot of times. They can close out those games, which is important as a match, as a team, but if you can't make it towards a circle when you're hard pressed by these shifts, and it's a location that you choose every single time in Milton Power, something has to change, something has to be different, because they attempted to rotate through Milton, but, you know, Farm on this top side was open. They could head underneath Potato Hill, potentially scout from there, head further into the circle. There were a lot of open locations. They didn't necessarily need to engage versus VIRTUS.PRO.
Not necessarily, but they felt confident for it. Problem is, it will come back to haunt them now with what's happening. Oh, she sat there watching the rest of the lobby battling it out, thinking it still could have been us. Could have been a chance to squeeze a couple more points out of the play day, but not meant to be. TUNA, though, up close and personal with Dark Project. Ooh, Evanescent trying to back up, at least supported by his teammates for the knock. Also follows it up with a well-placed nade. And TUNA, it's all down to just 0, and it looks like he's going back towards the ocean, just thinking about returning to Big TUNA.
Just gonna leave, just directly outside
Swims
of the map.
off, he's
We'll
gone.
never see him again. Comes back in later, takes the chicken dinner. That would be good. Alpha over towards this eastern side, take a really nice compound. They do have Tenchik currently scouting out on the top side, the ridge just towards the west of them. They got a nice game over towards Miramar earlier on, and it was kind of a semblance of what we saw from them in the past, which is what we want to see more of, realistically. Look, come on. We know that Alpha can do it. It is just annoying that because they went from being the sly guys to Alpha, you know, a little bit nervous, a little bit shy, often got them some of those matches. A bit more Alpha, and they're trying to get into the circle too early, taking fights with teams that didn't necessarily need to, and they're getting put down because of it. So they need to find a balance, you know, the in-between, the normal dude between the sly guy and the Alpha guy.
The one down the middle.
Normal man.
Yeah, normal man, arch nemesis of Foopes, man. They hate each other. Not good friends. Oh, Dark Project, though. Again, trying to instigate a bit of an uncomfortable fight here, making KONINA Power second guess, trying to take any peeks as the bullets will soften them up a bit. Vehicles taken out of commission as well. You'd need the mechanic for that one, so no opportunity for a quick rotation as they're a little bit more limited in terms of their getaway options. PERMITTA Esports though as well starting to arrive on the scene as they'll be coming down from the blue and find themselves sandwiched between both Major Pride and Dagestan.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to get through. And again, there should be some good sidelines coming through from Major Pride. They've maintained the position. They want to catch KASIK on the rotate outwards. They want to catch teams coming in over the top side of Potato Hill. Acts almost like a break in the circle as well, where you get teams shifting underneath and teams shifting over the top side. So Major Pride should understand this. We do get this circle that heads down towards the south, though. Unicorns of Love currently have an extremely strong compound over towards the warehouse. This is going to be one of those... I think this is going to be a match where we'll see crashes on that warehouse. As soon as one crash goes through and is successful, the fight will at least last for a little while. Then you'll get another crash on top of it. And I think Unicorns of Love are the type of team that's going to scrap this out, where the fight will extend. I'm assuming they're going to eventually lose it. I'd love to see Unicorns of Love get far into this game, but there are teams around here that could take it off them.
Oh, here we go. KASIK team on the move, come crashing down. Traction on the wheels gone, damage being done as well as Matic will assault from the sidelines, finding headshots. More than he can count, it seems. Follows it up with a nade as well. That won't even be necessary, as Meku has absolutely popped off from the tree line. Assaults onto KASIK team and takes them out of commission. PERMITTA as well, suffering in a similar sort of way, as they're just eating bullets from the sidelines here. Even Major Pride have found an opportunity to dive bomb on them.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi is just going around as the auto turret right now in the vehicle alongside with Dino, dropping him into these engagements. Again, once behind the tree, should take him down. These are just such accurate shots coming through from Nomi. There's another team over the top. I think Nomi assumes that this is the same team, and he gets a little bit too big for his boots, thinking he could just shoot freely over towards them. And now Major Pride will have to reset as Dagestan have got involved on this, wondering why in hell is Major Pride playing like they are just the owners of the lobby.
Oh dear. Nomi's now the owner of a nice dent from that bonnet, as he's going to get hit straight in the face by the vehicle driving his way through them and splitting up everything that's been thrown out this side. Major Pride couldn't recover from it, and they've been completely mowed down now. So you're gone. The two players that overcommitted on that one, not realizing how many people were actually there, really do walk away with absolutely nothing to their name. It's just Dino and Coda escapes, the two of their players still surviving. Shifu striking as well to cut his way through with the MG3, and they're going to be so happy with it. Dagestan, you can reset at least and get out and still build off the back of this. That is not something that can be said for Major Pride.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad. I think Nomi's just really feeling himself recently, and he was hitting all of his shots, let's be honest. But it's a case of, I've knocked 2 guys, and there appears to be 4 lads here. Oh, it's another team. That's, of course. And he will just get knocked off the back of it. It's a bit sad. But again, he still made it look stylish, even when he was getting knocked.
Stylish knocking.
Yeah.
A new weekly series with Maxman.
I'd love to see it.
I think that'd be
I'd
good.
love to see it.
Yeah.
You go down, but you're happy about it.
Exactly. At least you went down swinging, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But we do see Nomi do that a fair few times, where he takes his off angle, will force a team into a difficult position, gets knocked, but the game's already over by that point. So I think Nomi has kind of pioneered the stylish knock. Stylish self-knock.
Yeah, man. You got to make it happen. Does a good job of it. Probably one of the best in the scene.
I go out on my own terms.
It's up to me.
KONINA Power currently trying to force their way through to Dark Project. Now, this is a pretty easy position to get the nades on. You just kind of bounce it, and it rolls down towards them in this little dip. That's why they've smoked absolutely everything.
Yeah, the smoke snake.
you can creep up inside of its smoky, scaly walls and then peek out, see if you can deal some damage up close and personal like. But the only problem is there is an opportunity that you start getting absolutely obliterated from the sidelines if Titan want to take pot shots at you, because those smokes are starting to dissipate, and the only ones that are up aren't really going to block the line of sight off to the area you're exposed to. Utility thrown backwards as well from Dark Project, setting up for a potential getaway plan. Offhaze has wanted to swing on this for so long, but finally Titan are able to find a couple of peaks as well. So bullets coming across, there's the peak from Dark Project, Becca goes down. This is looking uncomfortable now. This isn't going to go at all well for them. They're trying their best though, Blank. The barrel will connect from Offhaze, but he's got to just play defensive, support his teammates as they need to get back up on their feet. They opt to go for the dive bomb, swinging down, but the shotty finishes them. DBS saves the day.
Oh, he's not cleared the angle. And he's just taking them both out there. I think they were fairly confident going to that top side, and then were just so curious as soon as he hit that second shot and the team didn't instantly die. And they knew it was pretty much game over from there. They could have gone for the reses as well. And there was no real time pressure on that either, Jackie. There's no necessary reason they had to force that one the way they did. Go for the reses, re-engage, re-aggress with 4 players, get the trades. It's just a little bit odd for me. MUERTE towards the center here. Not the best spot in the world, but it gives you some cover in terms of the dips, but not versus a vehicle that just runs directly into you. Limbo up front. Another player from MUERTE goes down. Malloy, Dagestan, just cutting through him.
They're just running them down. Oh man, this is madness. It's like when the toothpaste has nearly run out and you've got to squeeze it all out. That's what we're looking at with how many of them are being flattened. Oh boy, up in the top of the tower with the nade pull, drops out, ready to dash that one and try and blow away Furia. Normally quite an explosive character himself. Meanwhile, VP are locked in a clash against Dark Project and seem to be making quick work on that one. Oh boy, with the timing, lines it up, detonates the nade, switches to the weapon as well to silence him with the SMG and gets the healing. So MUERTE are gone out in 9th.
I mean, that's pretty much standard Furia play though, right? It's not going well for me. I'm just going to run at them, see if that works, see if we can get something done from there. Right now, Dagestan is feeling a little bit worse for wear. They've lost another player here. Limbo is down on bended knee, trying to get towards the rest of his team, get some chiropractic duties happening here because he needs to straighten him out a bit. Keeps going down off on this western side. Gladiators, though, still looking fairly strong. They've had a great day today. Circle centers up over towards Dagestan. Major Pride will have to move. Gladiators being very paranoid right now. They're watching out for players behind them, making sure they can't get in towards that spot. I think they cleared out a lot of players already, even with their full squad wipe over towards KASIK team and then getting that information over to the rest of the squad. This is where I would probably start moving forward a little bit. They've allowed Dagestan to get Limbo back up on his feet. Another shot over towards Mandarin from Alpha. I mean, Gladiators are just fighting everybody right now.
And it's been working for them. You know, normally we were saying before, if we start to see games where Gladiators are willing to take fight after fight and they're winning them, it bodes very well going into those final circles. So here, at least the confidence is on their side. Up close and personal versus Tenchik might be an awkward encounter though, as Tixi eats so much damage. And I mean, Meku's just lucky to even still be standing. Tenchik delivers the follow-up. The peak actually goes in favor of Dagestan, it seems. No, in the backline it's Naomi. Major Pride have been quiet for so long, you almost forgot they were still here. But the duo from Major Pride striking the backline. Naomi's traded upon. And Dino is just playing on the backside of the building now with the blue nipping at his heels. Surely his days are numbered. There's nothing you can do from this angle.
Yeah, Kitsune just has to desperately spray it down because I think that he realizes he desperately wants to get the rest of his team up. So just make sure that happens. Should see a player go down in the play zone and we'll pick Matic up directly afterwards. Luckily for them, Major Pride did hit some heavy shots over towards Alpha, but Titans are moving up towards Gladiators with the smokes blooming right now. They should know that this team is feeling a little bit weakened. The rest of the squad isn't close right now, though, but it's Old Boy and Icy. Two fearsome players to come up against, but Meku hits a dirty shot over towards Icy to start this one off. Matic goes for the side swipe, looks to run him down, in fact.
Oh, they're going all in on it. Old boy trying his best to stutter step left and right and try and save his bacon. But he's overwhelmed. Tixi with the DBS blows him down. And now pressure really mounting. Icy crumbles under that one as he'll be shattered. Egshipa down towards the gulch as well, peeking off the back of the vehicle, putting bullets into the smoke that he knows Dagestan are playing on. Meku with a similar idea, tags onto them. Elementrix even trying to take a stab in the dark on this one. And this is just an all-out bloodlust all around. You can see everyone just throwing caution to the wind now and looking to fight, realizing there's so much being invested from a lot of the squads here.
Yeah, it's such a difficult space to fight in as well. I mean, for SBG, they're right on the precipice. Sheepa's done a fantastic job to keep himself alive. This is the classic Gladiators play. They do love their rundowns, but sometimes it gets a bit awkward. I think at this point, losing a player is just not worth it for that kind of elimination to go up towards 9. Meku, half HP. SBG, probably the biggest threat right now for Gladiators. They already took them down earlier on today. They just need to do it once more. But they'll be looking for revenge, and it's a 4v4 this time around. Limbo down, Tixi rolls up into him. This has got to be a match with the most amount of car eliminations so far, Jackie.
It's crazy. We would have to go back and check just how many bonnets have taken players out, because it feels like there's been a good few. Definitely pushing the numbers higher and higher here for the day, and maybe it's not even going to stop there. Gladiators still with the vehicles to work with. Even Titan realizing that you're forced into a bit of a corner here, so you need to try and get out of that angle and reposition, especially with the zone edging further away from you. Unicorns of Love as well. This is a long game for them. Usually they're strangers to these final few zones. We don't see them here that often, but this is a time where they've been able to make it with all 4 alive, and they're not being tested too much. They're actually one of the teams that is getting away for free, just kind of coasting on the outside.
It's this game where no one's opted to try and take warehouses or even head down towards his compound on the south side. And if that happens, no one wants to challenge it anyway. It's not worth their time. It's not worth getting into engagements off the back of it. But this is a moment for Gladiators to start popping off. With Unicorns of Love looking over towards SBG, Meku's going to keep trying to lock onto this location, see if he can find a shot over towards Narvalo on the backlines here. In the meantime, Tixi is just locking down Titans. Havlik attempts to make his way out, spots him just a little bit too late, so he gets far up here. Attempts to throw the Molotov. If he can get it behind that rock. It's a difficult toss, though.
Things don't come easy. That one's going to miss. Havlik, not the man you'd want still standing as well. Normally crisp in these sort of situations, but that's his final bullet fired out as Titan will go down, finished off outside of the top 3, leaving it down to Gladiators, SBG, and the Unicorns of Love that remain here to contest for the very last chicken dinner we're going to be dishing up tonight.
Love this from Meku as well, man. Like, actually heading over towards this eastern side, nice and early. He maintains control, maintains pressure over towards SBG. If he can pick up one elimination over towards SBG, but KONINA does it just handily with the 8x over towards that midi 14, understanding this is most likely going to be a bit of long range towards the end game, hitting these shots. Unicorns of Love are just done. That's why Meku's up towards this north side. He needs to maintain pressure towards SBG.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love are starting to crumble now. The wheels have come off, the defenses they had falling out from underneath them. Gladiators looking for an opportunity to get a well-placed shot off onto SBG as well. And you're right, you know, that's the sort of squad they're really focusing on. If they're thinking about the overall game right now, it probably is kind of a clash between those two as the number 1, number 2 squad that wants to walk away with the win on this one. But Unicorns of Love still trying to edge a little bit closer, belly down to the ground, playing on the ridge as they start to clear by, looking for any opportunities, any angles where they can hit some shots on Gladiators.
Yeah, Victor drops the backpack here, understanding they're going to just have to start wandering this way in. Good amount of nades here on the side of Gladiators. They've been through the wars, taking a lot of names alongside with them, and this is a great angle for them to take. They're holding a bit further back right now so that they can be the ones to first to face versus SBG, who have to push out into this open ground. You can see there's a couple of rocks, a couple of trees, but that's about it.
Matic already in the driving seat as well, revving the engine to try and plant those seeds of doubt and can be the fast contact if you want someone to try and draw out the crosshairs, draw out the utility, and bait them into peeking you. Who else is better than the man, Matic? Here's the peek from the sideline, though, as SBG have actually instigated the firefight versus Unicorns of Love. This couldn't have gone better for Gladiators because they've traded blow for blow. Now you have a perfect opportunity to dive bomb in whilst they're low and focusing on different angles. A trade back again as Rollkiss has taken out a commission. CJ eats the nade from Tixi, and Gladiators are running it down now, looking to scrap versus SBG.
Narvalo on that top side has to be critical here over towards these players. Victor will just go down to the play zone. Narvalo tries to get close up towards Meku. Two players in a similar spot, so it might be a decent nade. He also could get the side swipe down towards Matic and Tixi. A nice 2-2 split. Has Tixi spotted him though? A little bit of damage, but it doesn't tag just yet. Player steps up, it's Snowix, and Matic does not spot him. Luckily, Kitsune, the captain, he's there.
Oh, finishing off Snowix as he's taken out a commission. It's all on Narvalo, the last man left standing. But Tixi, he's been a time bomb, and again he detonates at the right moment, striking his way through on the off angle, cutting him down in the grass, and getting another chicken dinner for Gladiators today. And that's a monumental play day, Blank.
3 chicken dinners in a day, one back-to-back and then one towards the end. So the momentum really is there. The first one and the last one, that's going to feel really good for the Gladiators. It's going to send them towards the top side of that ranking as well. And they should now be in second place above MADBULLS, which is just awesome, dude. I think that one thing that really excites me though is just how robotic Tixi is though. Look, you see that when he was like looking across, just locked onto my man. Really, really horrible. But great games from Gladiators today. A very different approach, I'd say.
No, yeah. I mean, honestly, if the approach is win those games, I mean, they're doing it perfectly.
Love it.
The game plan was amazing, man. 3 chicken dinners in one day. There's no way in hell they're hungry anymore. Let's get back to the desk, though, who I'm sure are hungry to talk about this fantastic play day.
Absolutely ravenous for more Gladiator victories here. 3 in a day. Pretty unprecedented to say the least, unless you're cheating. And we have got ourselves quite the scenario here with Gladiators looking phenomenal, Max, throughout the day.
Yeah, we were saying, oh, Phase 2, a little bit of a slow start from the Gladiators. Maybe it's going to be falling off when it comes to PMGC race. But no, they bring it back big time with the 3 chicken dinners today. What a presence from this team, sweeping the entirety of the Western side, picking up 15 eliminations on that path to success. And especially, I love what Meku was doing this game, Kalash, just keeping SBG and Unicorns of Love on this position against the blue zone, then leaving them fight, and you're just going to pick up the scraps at the end to get that win. So Gladiators really just turned it up to 11 today, and I'm loving it.
Definitely so. 25 points. Huge. 25 smackaroonies go their way. SBG, gotta say, actually, they had some moments throughout the day as well. They've been able to get themselves double digits on multiple games, which is a nice step in the right direction for a team that technically, in terms of veteran status, Max, has the chops to be able to get more of those double-digit games. Just needs to be a few more.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Though what do you think of that push of Dagestan on MUERTE? You know, the team you predicted? What do you think of that?
You know what? You listened to me musing over the idea of, oh, maybe I should go with Dagestan. And then I was like,
and I told you, oh, they got 3 players. Maybe not.
And then all of a sudden they just rocked up. I'm like, well, damn it. That was not great for
plan.
me. Yeah.
But it was rough for them. But yeah, MUERTE, to be honest, they win that little dip position that you can't really peek over. You've got minimal information, so it's a bit tough to play when Gladiators are coming sweeping the Western side as much as they did. And actually, talking about Gladiators, the way they were sweeping, I was surprised to see Titan go for a 2-2 split from their compound north, and that enabled then Gladiators with these numbers to just start popping off even more. And Tixi Supremacy is still on the board. Kalaris is still alive.
There it is. Kitsune leading from the back. He took 0 damage. You know what you're going to do about that?
Nothing.
Exactly, because he took no damage. So did well for himself as well here. They've just looked fantastic here throughout the day. And again, it goes to show that, yes, okay, they can have some lulls in kind of engagements, in wins and things like that. But eventually, this will happen. Gladiators are inevitable, Max.
Exactly. The thing is, I've always been looking at this team, every single player has been doing really well. I've always seen Meku as maybe, like, it's still a really strong, impactful player, but maybe as like lesser so compared to your Tixi, your Matix, or your Kitsune from time to time. I really feel like Phase 2, the entirety of this season, Meku has just leveled up significantly, and now it's just Meku and the entire squad performing so well, and he was holding a pivotal position on this game. So I am loving what Gladiators have been doing. I just hope we're not going to see them going back to a downward trend, then back up again. Like, if they can maintain this level moving forward and into the championship, I'm telling you, PMGC points are going to start going their way so quickly.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, obviously, we started, I think it was yesterday or the day or today, where they were effectively 100 points behind when it came to those PMGC points. But if they're able to put up results like this and constantly do it as well, there's all the world of opportunity here for them to be able to catch up. 2,600 damage going their way here for this game. Dagestan, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I did think that they were in a rough spot, but still thought that they had the chance to be able to do something with it. So not bad. 8 eliminations on their side too.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to be able to carve such a wide amount of terrain on the northeastern edge, then transition onto the MUERTE and just completely obliterate the team. That was a very unexpected rotation from Dagestan, but as we keep saying about this team, this is a team that has the fragging potential to do so well in these games. So, you know, love to see it when it happens. I still want to see myself these big, confident Dagestan wins, but when you have a Gladiators in the lobby still, chances are it's maybe not going to go the way you really expect, so Gladiators were still on point. But yeah, Dagestan are still, you know, able to slowly but surely climb up on the rankings and still looking good to qualify, hopefully, for the championship. I would love to see that happening.
No, for sure, for sure. There's been swings, there's been ups and downs for Gladiators, and if I think to, like, PMRC, for example, where we were like, okay, maybe Gladiators has played PMWI, they looked great there, but then PMRC comes along and they're just like, eh. I think Gladiators plays up to the lobby, right? For me, in my mind, or when they're against, you know, adverse situations, like they were, I think, in this to some degree, because of course, yes, technically you go on to the championship, and yes, technically you could get to PMGC that way, but you could just grasp this opportunity by both hands, give it a good shake, and just casually get 3 on the board for the day.
It's a lot easier if you can qualify directly to PMGC through, like, PMPL itself. It's going to be a lot tougher. You only got 1 spot, as confirmed now, for the European Championship, and we know the Turkish teams, like your Fireflux, like your Regnum Karas in recent times especially, have been looking so strong. So if you can qualify in what I think would be the easiest tournament to do so, I think this would be the best opportunity for them. But I mean, Major Pride and MADBULLS are looking so scary. A bit silent today. Major Pride got a few points, but it would be the easiest way, I think, to get there.
That's the thing about Turkey as well, though. Have you been watching recently? I mean, like, Ozorox is up there as well, S2G. Yeah. So when it comes to the championship, like, there is the potential that you just run up against these teams that, okay, they play very well against each other, to the Turkish teams, and that's awesome. Sometimes some of those, I guess, like, 2nd through 6th place teams, when it goes to the championship, don't play as well going up against EU specifically. But still, they're scary. Like, they will take fights haphazardly whenever they need to. They're very aggressive, and you can just caught off guard by that and then lose your opportunity at championships, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams actually do struggle to play outside of their region of Turkey. We've seen it happen many times, except for Fireflux, etc., that are doing well, but a team that's doing really well today, Kalaris, is your Gladiators with 3 wins on the board.
Hey.
God damn it. Like, it's the big 3 is back again. Yeah, what can I tell you?
I mean, that's fantastic. And a lobby like this, when we keep saying that PMPL EU Fall keeps leveling up season from season, and then Gladiators is able to just say, yeah, okay, we're bored of losing now. Let's just do 3 on a day out of 5. But that is very impressive stuff. And in fact, we actually do have an interview ready here for the end of the day. So without further ado, let's get on with Gladiators. We've got Quizzy on the line. Quizzy, well. Hello, friend. It's been a long time since I've spoken to you. How are you doing, fella?
I'm pretty good. I'm glad to see you there as well. Yeah, see you. Sub boys.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. This is Max to my left-hand side. He's cool too, don't worry. So, first things first, Quizzy. So, obviously, you've got a lot of Battle Royale experience from the past, as I'm well aware of. What's it been like joining Gladiators, and what do you think you've brought to the team specifically?
I mean, I didn't end my career yet, so I'm still playing, so I think we're gonna see you as well. Like, we're gonna see each other more often. But I would say it's not my first experience, because I was already, like, a coach for the MUERTE last year, but it was, like, only for 1 month, so I literally, like, kind of knew what I'm signing for and, like, where I'm coming. but whenever I joined the Gladiators, like I would say it's kind of like a different level because, you know, like the boys are on kind of different level with how they're playing, how they're performing. Like, and as soon as I joined, boys just showed me like their problems, what they want to achieve, and we like starting to change some of our performance as well. Like, as you can see, like we kind of changed our play style because, like I said to the boys, that you can actually do that, and let's just see what happens, because like you want to know how to play middle and edge at the same time, because that's how you're winning the tournaments, because you want to be like familiar if you're playing center. And like, so we are right now just changing some stuff, trying to like complement it in the game.
Yeah. So yeah, pleasure to meet you, Quizzy, for the first time. One thing I wanted to jump onto is, of course, phase 2. A little bit of a slower start for you and the boys, as you call the guys of Gladiators. And there's been a lot of changes happening with what has happened today so far. Of course, securing 3 chicken dinners, that's massive. Are there still things that you and the team are willing to like work on the most, or are you confident with this playstyle moving forward?
I would say like in the phase 1, we played consistently like center, just trying to go like center, just to be common with it. And like on this phase, I would say we just changed it, because now we're trying to like in some games to be on the edge, sometimes going to the center, so have kind of the mix. And I would say like that's why it's kind of like a slow start, because whenever you like changing these things, sometimes you don't understand how, like, you know, you're playing like whole phase, you played center, and then you just need to like play edge, and you sometimes you make a little mistakes because like you're not familiar with it, because you just like rapidly changing your pace of the game, because like if in the center you just need to go fast, if on the edge you need to like take it slow. And like that's why I would say it like was a slow start for us. And like from yesterday we just started like to understand how like completely have like a really good pace and not like losing players for nothing.
Yeah. And it's been very clear the edge playstyle has been so successful today with your performances and the points you brought on board. But I want to focalize on one player in particular here. This is something that's been built up since the spring season and almost last year. Is Matic tend to be a little bit crazy with his splits sometimes, called it the Matic Classic. And it seems like he's playing a lot more grouped up with the team. And I wanted to know, has there been any work put on behind the scenes to like make Matic play a little bit closer with the squad? Like what's been happening on that side?
I would say like it's like a pleasure to have like both of the players like Kitsune and Matic in the same team, because like I would say they're both IGLs, and they see the game differently. So whenever you have the IGL with the different like view on the game, you always have like different plans how of you playing. And like I would say whenever I joined, Matic liked my ideas, so he's like feeling pretty confident with the things that we are doing. And like because of that, I would say he just more grouped with the team, because like he see all the picture right now, and like he just know right now that we don't need to like go somewhere edge and scout some stuff, because like we already have some defaults and some plans what we're gonna do if like the circle shifts away from us, so we don't need like that particular info and that risks that he can die for it, you know. Okay. So he can just stay with the team.
So I guess final question then, Quizzy, is obviously PMGC looms for the Gladiators, and you would ideally like to get through via points as opposed to having to try through the championship. Is there any particular approach or plan to try and catch up to Major Pride and MADBULLS, or is it just do the same as today, get 3 wins on the board and keep racking up those points?
No, I mean it would be insane if you can get like all the like wins every single day, but I just know like if we can like implement and start doing everything that we can without like little mistakes that can cost us a game like yesterday, or just like some bad games because we're losing players like early, we can like literally catch up and get that momentum. But it's like at the same time we're still like trying some new things, like implementing it to our game style, and I can see like it's working. But if the boys gonna do everything nice and we just gonna analyze every day like we did yesterday, we can literally catch up and like even get more points than we need, I would say.
Awesome. Well, mate, I'm so happy to hear from you. Thank you very much for joining us. Any final words before we let you go?
I guess thank for the support, for all the people who is watching and who is supporting us. Don't blame us for the stats like that, but we're still gonna come back strong, I think. I feel like I guess every like bad comment just motivates the boys just to show the best game, but they literally want to like win all the time. I would say they are the winners. They have this discipline to win.
Yeah, they're excellent. We've seen them for so long. It's great to watch them. And thank you very much, Quizzy, for joining us. A great interview, and I want to see you be winning over on the other side as well. So thank you very much, Quizzy. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, see you, boys.
Yeah.
See you. Awesome stuff. That was Quizzy from Gladiators, the coach, who... brilliant interview. Always great to talk with Quizzy here as we take a look at what was going... Did you say interview? Is that what you just said?
Interview is a great one.
No, maybe MVP, I think.
Oh.
Okay. No, sorry. Let's take a look. My mind's all spinning now. Let's talk about the MVP. Who do we think is the MVP? It must be a Gladiators player, Max, surely.
Matic. I'm going with Matic. I think that he has to be the one. Maybe Meku. It's a Gladiators player. There's no way.
I was going to go with Tixie because I don't know who's been able to get enough frags here for all of this. It's Matic. Hey, good job, Max. You've been on point today.
I've been decent. What's going on? I don't know what's happening. But yeah, Matic has been out there, and I'm really happy with what he said. Clearly now they have a game plan that they're so confident in it, Solaris, where now he doesn't need to be on these outrageous positions gathering extra information. Like, they have a game plan, and they're just going to follow that game plan down to a T until the very, very end. And it's been really great to see them adapting. Clearly, he knows that PMPL being such a long tournament, you can try things, you can test things until the very end, and they played center in the first phase. Now they perfected edge play in the second phase. They can do anything, and this is them becoming even scarier as the season goes on.
No, definitely. I mean, and even we've heard kind of murmurs in the back before about the idea that, like, you've got this like double IGL mentality, right? Where Kitsune's sometimes making the calls, Matic sometimes making the calls, and for that part, it does take the stress off of somebody in, you know, like a different situation completely to you over on the other side of the circle, where you kind of build a bigger picture about how you're going to approach a game instead of just one person trying to shot call from just one location on that circle. But anyway, let's take a look at the overalls as well. I went on a bit of a rant there, but the point gets across as we have got ourselves MADBULLS up in first place for the overalls across the two phases so far. Gladiators, though, with 3 wins, absolutely propelled themselves into the second place spot, Max.
Yeah. I'm sure MADBULLS are salty. We don't have the old system of $1,000 per chicken dinner we used to have like a year and a half ago. They would make bank in PMPL, it seems, but not the case anymore. But yeah, 10 chicken dinners for MADBULLS is mental when you really think about it. Though, I'm still... looking at Alpha Team, and I still want it to happen, Kalaris. I still want to see a top 5 position for them. They can close that gap with Titan. I truly do believe that is the case. So yeah, just hoping the boys. I'm just going to call everyone the boys. Just like
the boys.
The boys, they can do it. Yeah.
There you go. All right, so that's our top 8 at the moment here for all of these teams trying to catch on up. Do bear in mind, for every single place you go up, you get an extra point going into that finals if you're able to qualify for it. So even in these main standings, it's still very valid to try and rack up as many as possible. So we can take a look at 9th through 16th as well and see what's going on down there here as we have ourselves. Vulgar boys still in 9th place, perpetually, seemingly forever in 9th place at the moment. Not able to break into that top 8, but I do think this team has improved over phases 1 and half of 2.
Yeah, the immovable object of the leaderboards is Vulgar boys. They're just not moving from that 9th position, it seems. They're the gatekeepers of the first page. But yeah, I feel like there's still opportunities. We saw it this game, this today on that Sanhok in particular. They're a little bit slow to rotate, but they have access to strong positions because they are understanding of how strong positions can be in the circle. So it's just slight improvements, and I'm sure we can see even bigger strides achieved by Vulgar boys. Look, currently you saw it, you want to be in top 12 to make it in tomorrow's Livic match. Currently SBG are serving as that breaking point.
Yep.
So KASIK team, Shockwave, TUNA, Dark Project all can reach up there, but maybe not Dark Project. That's a bit of a stretch, but the 3 other teams at the top here can try and breach in that top 12.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. We'll see as time goes on here tomorrow, which is always good. Let's check in with our predictions throughout the day, as quite honestly, a lot of us probably banked significant points off of Gladiators throughout the day, so that's nice at least. But Max, you're blasting still.
Yeah, did I really get that many points? Yeah, I did.
Did I really get that many points?
I don't believe too much, but yeah, I've been popping off. I don't know what's happening. And to be honest, Jackie, I'm not even going to hold it against him. He's going for the funny meme predictions, you know what? And that's all that matters.
Yeah.
He's making me go haha in the background, so good job.
Well, out of pity and spite. Yeah, I mean, Max, you've got an extra spring in your step since you came back. You're just smiling. You're a happy-go-lucky scamp. I love it. It's great to have you back, Max, and doing some great predictions off the back of that as well. Any final thoughts, Max, to wrap things up for the day?
I think I've been pumped since Janeero's been talking smack about me during the first part of this phase. I'm just like, I'm going to prove her wrong and overtake in the predictions. So we're doing it right now. Janeero, you're going down.
For some reason, Janeero's not bad at predictions either. It's kind of irritating. But anyway, there you go. All right, well, thank you very much to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. That has been day number 5 of Phase 2 done and dusted. And once again, just really happy to get Quizzy on here, get some of his thoughts regarding Gladiators and how everything's unfolded. Tomorrow, we're back same time, same place here for more PMPL EU Fall. So we'll see you then for more PUBG Mobile action.